Baboom. Why isn't the chat showing up? Oh, there we go. That was a little delayed. Well, hello, education is key. Wes? Wait, were you in my second screen C4? Wes, that's actually starting to ring a bell. Okay, I remember. Did you just change your name, or is this another channel you have? Xenosaga fan with a Z. Such fan that you spelled it with a Z. Filters. Okay. I know, I'm just fucking with you. Oh, why is the chat so behind? Or at least the one that pops up on the screen. It has indeed been a while. School has got me in a pond of his hands. Is that a saying I don't know about? A pond of his hands. What does that mean? I've been busy with college and studying my psychology courses. It's all good. That is definitely understandable. I remember when I was in college, I think during the semester, I don't think I got like a minute of gameplay in. That was back when I was like super obsessed with Skyrim, but I didn't play any. Although that was mainly because I went to college for game development, so the projects they gave us, I would just hyper focus on and try to do as much as possible. So essentially my video game time was just, I just used all my free time on trying to add more stuff to my projects. So really, it wasn't really that school had me busy. I kept myself busy with school. It sounds like the same thing, but it's different. Nearly done. How much longer you got? Okay, so we got the double jump and now. Okay, right. I just came back after getting the double jump. Yeah, I was doing psychological experiments in this experimental class, so you can imagine how that went, spreadsheets and collecting data and writing papers. How do you do psychological experiments in college classes that are ethical? Oh, hold up. I forgot to send this to two other people. I knew I was missing somebody. Let's see. My boy. And my other boy. Manipulate stuff. That's interesting. I always found my psychology classes to be one of my more interesting general ed stuff, but it didn't go any further than that for me. We have to use JASP programs? What the hell is that? Wave beam. Software statistical analysis programs. I see. So like actual programs. I thought it was like I didn't realize you were talking like about like an actual computer program. Cordite. I believe Cordite is super missile. Basically, when you collect your data, you have to put it into an Excel spreadsheet and then download it as a separated variable, and then JASP will read it depending on the type of touch you do. What are you going to school for? Are you focusing on psychology? Touch equals test, and that was a typo. Clinical psychology. Interesting. That'll definitely take you far. I hear the upgrade. I just don't see it. Oh. I can just jump from here. Huh. Civil interaction that was added for the original European and Japanese version of Metroid Prime. As the note for Cinemax only. Narration is fully enabled. This matches the original Japanese version of Metroid Prime. Hold up. Narration? There's narration in this game? Let's test that out. So in all four classes I mentioned above, you need your independent variable and your dependent variable, and you need your main hypothesis and your alternative hypothesis. So except for exactly what an alternative hypothesis would be, I surprisingly understood all of that. Yeah. Independent variable and your dependent variable and your new hypothesis. What kind of experiments are you doing? Are there correlation, observational, quasi, and regular experiments where I manipulate a okay, that's very vague. I was kind of looking for a more specific idea of what you were doing, but all good if you don't want to get into it. Morphology: ice parasite. Scavenger with crystalline outer shell. Parasites are hardy creatures able to adapt to any environment within 3 generations. The ice parasite is a prime example. Having adjusted to a frigid climate, this vermin now thrives in it. Omnivorous, it can exist in areas hostile to most life forms. So for example, independent variable, healthy versus dependent variable. Food, no healthy food. Your dependent variable is supposed to be what? No, I know what depending and independent variable is. I'm just asking what you specifically are doing because you said you were running some experiments. Teachers are balancing the plane of existence in his hands. The plane of existence. That's very deep for something that looks like just a big bowl. Social media and women and body confidence, classical music versus harsh noise, which is based on focus. That's actually pretty interesting. Bust of a chosen philosopher, the statue is flawless. Speaking bust of chosen architect, the statue is flawless. Depicting a chosen warrior, the statue is flawless. Depicting Chozo shaman, several stress fractures can be seen running along the surface of this brimstone object. Brimstone. Brimstone. Yep. As I was covering his forehead, the translation reads, "To pass my gaze, seek my twin with this room." The statue hands seem to be frozen in place. Then I did tests such ANOVA and ANCOVA tests. The hell is that? ANOVA and ANCOVA tests. I'm gonna just plasma beam for this. Ooh, that ice looks really good. Some good looking ice. Compares the strength and effects of the manipulated variables on dependent variables. of the manipulated variables on a dependent variable. Gotcha. Ugh. Wave beam. Wait, Wes. Wes, I remember you. Were you the one that kept asking about you kept asking about Noah's Ark? I put your comment on the beginning, the first video of my Xenosaga 2 video. Oh, the first video of my Xenosaga 2 arc of my videos. I remember. I knew I remember. The name sounded familiar. What? Titles. Oh shit. Text to speech really sucks. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore what it first thought you said. But I'm eating. I was wondering why everything was coming out so janky. What was the mother doing in there? There's no way out, so it's just chilling inside a wall. How do you have children from inside a wall? Morphology: Sheegoth, supreme predator of the Phendrana drifts. Sheegoths are invulnerable to most beam weapons. The crystals on their backs absorb energy, which can fire at prey. Sheegoths have poor stamina. They hyperventilate after using their breath attack, making their mouth area vulnerable. The soft underbelly of a Sheegoth is susceptible to concussive blasts. In battle, they expel blasts of frigid gas to ensnare their targets. They are also fond of ramming prey and trampling their hapless prey. Now I'm playing Vulcan RPG. What is that? I've never heard of it. Is this working? Am I doing something? There we go. Garbage. Boop, 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 boop. It's a PC game, action RPG. It's pretty good. Interesting. Steam has it. Steam has everything. Except Nintendo games, because Nintendo's stingy. Ba, 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 ba. Ooh. Walking RPG. Well, damn, I didn't even go to the website. Wavebeam acquired. Hell yeah. Oh, it's kind of like a Path of Exile type game or a Diablo type game. Gotcha. I injured my ankle, so what a way to start off my school vacation, right? Oh, that sucks. Oh shit. How do I change? Uh, should have probably paid attention to what it said. Huh. X into set. Okay. So like this. There we go. Ooh, I like how it looks. Looks psychedelic. I wonder what made Nintendo to put Metroid FPS in FPS mode. You know, that's a good question. It does seem like a weird jump to just come up with out of nowhere. But the era that Metroid Prime came in was really big for first person shooters. First person shooters were really popular back then. Um, so maybe they're trying to keep up with those trends. But I'm glad they did. They come out with a really good game. Oh, who knows? Maybe like the person that made Metroid just really wanted to see the world in a 3D environment, but thought they couldn't really fully flesh it out in 2D. Or I guess 2.5D. They could have done it in 3D and third-person mode, maybe like a Diablo. That would be interesting. I don't think Metro would change that way to a Diablo-type game, like top-down kind of thing. But a third-person mode, maybe kind of like Resident Evil or something. That would have been interesting. Then again, you got to remember the what they were working with back then. I don't know how that would have translated with the GameCube controller, because even in first-person mode, the GameCube controllers were really wonky because they only had one stick. They had a second stick, but it normally wasn't used. It was kind of like a small little stick that they had, and it's normally just used for utility stuff like changing weapons, since it wasn't as big and easy and comfortable to use as the bigger stick on the left. So if I remember correctly, in the original Metroid Prime, you moved left and you moved with the stick. I think you had to like turn left and right with the left stick while also moving forward and backwards with the left stick. So you had to like rotate in order to move. Like if you want to turn, you had to rotate while moving. And then if you actually want to look up and down, you had to like press, I think it was R, the R button, and then Samus would hold her gun like that, and then she would be able to move the camera around without moving herself. But then you were kind of like in a static mode while aiming, so it was really wonky. They made it work though, because the games were fun, but it was a really wonky way of making a first-person camera, and I'm pretty sure it came from the restrictions that the GameCube controller had. Sounds like work. Sounds like work indeed. But you know, it's the kind of thing that you don't really think about in the moment, because in the moment, that's just what you had to work with, you know? It's not like you were thinking about how great the game could be if they had these controls, because these controls didn't exist yet. It's kind of like people talk about tank mechanics of like old Resident Evil titles. That's just what people had to work with. And a lot of people like to say that they did it, or the developers did it on purpose to create a more of a feel of claustrophobia. I think that's more of a aspect of limitations giving you a good result. Like, because they were limited in what they could do, they had to work around it, and they came up with something good. I'm pretty sure they didn't do it deliberately for the feeling claustrophobia. I'm pretty sure what happened is just, I mean, games back in the PS1 were first discovering 3D environments, so the developers just were not really sure how to work with that. So if you go back to the PS1 era, any 3D game, they all kind of do their own thing with the cameras, because they were still trying to figure it out. Nowadays, the whole 3D camera thing has been figured out, and every game kind of uses the same mechanic. But back in the day, like in the PS1 era, every game was trying to do something different. I remember in the Spyro trilogy in the PlayStation 1, you changed the camera with L1 and R1, so you could just move it left and right. It was a really wonky way of doing it, because you couldn't, if you were moving the camera, then you couldn't press the bottom buttons, because you had to be pressing the left one, L1 and R1. But again, we didn't really think about it, because we didn't know what was better. That's just what we had. I hear a power-up somewhere nearby. Oh, shit. Speaking of that, they could have made Metroid switch between first person and third person, so giving the player a choice to play in one of the modes. Well, yeah, but again, that comes down to, I don't know how well the third person would have worked out with the GameCube controller. And I mean, that's realistically speaking, that's also just extra work. The games that have that option, it's cool, but actually, I can't really think of any games that have that option, except there are many games that do it. I know that Fallout, the Bethesda RPGs do it, like Fallout and Elder Scrolls. I'm pretty sure I've played a few other games that do it, but it's like normally those games always come out in a way where, like for example, Minecraft, you can go third person or first person. But, and this is true with most games that are played like this, if not all of them. The games that let you switch back and forth, it's like there's always one perspective that feels like the gimmick perspective, and another perspective that feels like the game was actually centered around this perspective. Like you can play Minecraft in third person mode, but it feels wonky as hell. It's clearly made to be played in first person mode. I guess it's not entirely true of Skyrim though. In Fallout, I feel like it's kind of true, because your character's kind of placed right in the middle of the camera, and the animations are just horrible. So, like, it's just better to play in first person, so you don't have to look at the horrible animations. What is that sound I keep hearing? I know there's a power up somewhere around here, but I don't see any. Oh, there it is. And I need the plasma beam for this too. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they couldn't make a game and make both camera perspectives be viable. It's just, again, it comes down to that's just more work. What is that? What is that little thing there? Feels like something I can roll up into. Probably something else I'm wanting the plasma beam for, to be honest. Oh, nope, the magnet ball. Another good example is like World of Warcraft. I think it is. That was one of those MMOs I played that had this, where you could go first person. Should you? Probably not, because it looks awful. But you could. Oh no, no, it wasn't World of Warcraft. It was Xenoblade. The Xenoblade games, you could technically go first person mode. I would highly not recommend it though. I would recommend against it. There's so many power-ups out here everywhere I go, and I can't get any of them because most of them require a plasma beam. Sometimes in certain games you get a better gameplay quality based on the mode that is centered around. Indeed. I think the only game that I actually switch back and forth in is Skyrim. In Skyrim, I like to do third-person mode when I'm just kind of roaming. But the combat just feels a lot better in first-person mode. But I like the third-person mode to roam just so I can see my character and just get a wider view of things. Oh, hello. Chozo script translated. As the great poison reaches ever further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawing of despair. Before it is too late, we now make our last stand. We have begun to build a temple that to contain this darkness. At its heart, we will place a cipher, a mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts and filled with with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder though, even when we are done, will it be too late? And will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back the poison that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? I wonder what race or culture Sam is trying to save this time. I feel like in this one, she's not really trying to save anyone. She's just going after the space spiders that are doing experiments on Phazon, and then of course you realize that they have Metroids, and you know can't let Metroids out and loose. So then you gotta stop that. But there isn't really a saving of a specific race or culture. If anything, the race of culture of the people on this planet, the Chozo, are already dead. They're the ones that live behind all these lores and all the temples and whatever. You even fight their ghosts later on. Sounds like a Final Fantasy spirit within movie. Holy shit. You just unlocked a memory, bro. I remember watching that movie before I even knew what Final Fantasy was. I remember I used to find it scary, but I wonder if rewatching it now I would still find it scary if it was just because I was a little kid. How do I get up there? I did enjoy theory about it. I did enjoy the theory about it. It was pretty interesting. I was gonna ask what the theory was, but I feel like I have to have some kind of knowledge of the actual story of it to even for it to mean anything to me. And I do not remember anything about that movie. I just remember there were ghosts that could go through shit, and like if they just like went through you, they would like take your soul with them or something. And I remember the environment felt like the real world of the Matrix. Like the aesthetics of the environment. It's all mechanized and shit. And kind of dreary and cold. A species that died, their spirit energy lived in a meteor that crashed on Earth. Huh. Interesting. Gotcha. Morphology: ice shriekbat. Ice encased ceiling dweller. Like standard shriekbats, these creatures are easily spotted with thermal imaging. They roost on cave ceilings, subsisting on insects, reptiles, and small mammals. Fiercely territorial, they will dive bomb anything that wanders near. Well, good job. Now you're all dead. I'm still alive, and your territory is all mine. Looks like Mother Nature screwed you with that evolutionary trait. Plasma beam. Are you gonna tell me that I have a feeling the theory will have something to do with someone trying to link the movie with Final Fantasy VII? Maybe I'm wrong. Very little that both hasn't endured myriads. I'm gonna let you rewrite that. Very little that both had something to do with meteors and a dying race. Oh. So The theory doesn't have anything to do with connecting both of them. So what is the theory about? Do, 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 do. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I just think that it was a completely independent story like most Final Fantasy stories. Indeed. Although I will say I like the idea that the Final Fantasy X Spira is connected to the Final Fantasy VII world. I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but at the same time, it could work. Dun, 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 dun. Feel like a golf ball. Oh, okay, okay, can't do that again. So how do I get up there? Huh, am I gonna need the magnet ball for this? Two things can be true at the same time, right? Maybe Spira was the future of Final Fantasy VII or the opposite way. I think I would see it more as Spira being the past of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, because the whole idea is there's a kid from Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy X too, called Shinra, and he discovers that the far plane, which is where spirits go after they die, which is a place in the like core or at least the deep bottom of the earth of the world, has a type of energy that can be utilized. And what do you know? In Final Fantasy VII, you have a big corporation called Shinra that is using essentially the world's energy as a power source. So if they were connected, it would certainly be that 10 comes before 7. Oh, I remember this. On one hand, you have where the space pirates are. On the other hand, you have the big golem boss fight. I remember this area very well because that golem boss fight gave me a lot of trouble when I was a kid. Nope, no, okay. So this is where the space pirates are. So this must be the safe point over here. Do 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 do. Makes sense. Yep. Yep. And I mean, come on, like, there's some Final Fantasy VII fans that don't want to believe it, just because most people that are fans of the older games kind of hate 10. But I don't think the developers, knowing their own story and lore, would have added something so congruent in 10-2 if it wasn't because they were kind of, nodding at something. What's definitely done on... What's definitely done on... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just waiting for the day where they finally fully remake 7, you know, because they're splitting 7 into like the remake of 7 into like 3 games, it seems, and it's taking them forever to come out with the second one. But I'm just waiting for them to finally come out with with all the remakes of 7, and their big grand scheme is to like completely bring together 7 worlds with 10's world, and then the salty fans of 7 won't be able to deny it anymore. Oh shit! Oh, we got a stealthy boy. Hold on, let me scan you. Let me scan you. Don't hit me. Morphology: Shadow Pirate. Pirate forces trained and equipped for stealth operations. A select group of space pirates have access to sophisticated cloaking technology. This gear drains high levels of power, however, forcing them to rely solely on melee weapons in battle. Use enhanced detection gear when fighting these units. I do not have enhanced detection gear. But I do have enhanced fucking up gear. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba dum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Da na 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 na. Do 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 do.
Defeat enemies to unlock doors.
Oh, there's the narration. We need a Metroid Live. Hold on. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Morphology: Space Pirates. Sentient aggressor species, well trained in weapon and melee combat. Space Pirates wield galvanic accelerator cannons and forearm mounted sights in combat. This species seeks to become a dominant force in the galaxy, and their technology may help them realize this goal. Ruthless and amoral, the pirates care little for the cost of their ambition. Only the results matter, and they take these very seriously. You scan 50% of the logbook. Can you back the fuck up? Jesus, I can't move. Why are my weapons doing nothing? What is going on? Jesus. That was some bullshit. I have 1 energy tank left. We need Metroid Live? We need a Metroid Live? Isn't that what this is? What do you mean a Metroid Live? Oh, a Metroid live action movie? You know, Metroid's lore is so in the background that I feel like it could be done, because there isn't really a lot to mess with. They would just have to get Samus's character right. And without getting too into it, I don't trust modern writers to get Samus right. Without making her kind of obnoxious. What I would like is a movie or game, something that would kind of expand more on the space pirates, because they're made out to be such threatening force in the galaxy. But it's like they just feel like these rabid creatures. They're just growling everywhere, and they're kind of like the grunts. You just kind of killing them left and right. You don't really know what their goal is, other than I mean, yeah, they want to become dominant species. Okay, I guess that's a goal. But I don't know. They just feel very like they don't even have a name to their race. They're just space pirates. Does that mean every single one of that, every single living being of that race just becomes pirates the moment they're born? Fodder, exactly. Like it always feels like space pirates are kind of like just they are the bigger enemies than your usual enemies. To be fair, because your usual enemies are just like creatures of the planet you're in. You have downloaded the map for this area, but I don't know. It'd be cool to, like, for example, in Metroid Dread, they kind of expanded on the Chozo more, and finally showed us like a villainous Chozo. Which, to be fair, I haven't played all the older games, so maybe that's the thing that was shown before. I would like something to add a little more character to Samus herself too. Although when they tried that in Metroid Other M, people hated it. I didn't find it that bad. I can see where people didn't like it as much, but I didn't find Other M to be all that bad, and I like that it gave Samus some character, some humanity, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Even if the humanity and character they gave her was something people didn't really like. I believe that gaming companies should make their own live movies of their games. I agree. They would need. I mean, they would need help from some kind of movie company. Because you know, just because you make games doesn't mean you know how to make movies. You need someone that's an expert in that field. But I think gaming companies should definitely be very involved when they let companies make live action movies or any kind of movies for their IPs. I mean, the Mario movie wasn't bad, and the League of Legends show was fucking amazing. But I think the reason those two thrived was because both Mario and League of Legends. I mean, League of Legends has a lot of lore in the background of their characters, but it's not really a story-based game, so they have a lot to work with, but they also have a lot that they can kind of like mess around and add their own touch to it, and it wouldn't really mess with anything. Whereas you have people that say, and I was one of these people, but I've recently kind of started changing my mind on this. You have people that say that they should make like a Metal Gear movie. And I don't know, man. I don't think that's. I don't see how that can be very doable. Just pointing out the sheer fact that a Metal Gear, the shortest Metal Gear game has 4 hours of cutscene, so that's in itself is longer than a movie. I don't see how you can make a Metal Gear movie that won't have to cut away a lot of stuff, unless you make like a whole trilogy of just based on just one of the games, or they make a Metal Gear show. Now that could work. Metal Gear movie and wouldn't compare to the games. And exactly, the games themselves are pretty much movies. Access granted. Hail Hydra. What? I was trying to be sneaky. Didn't work out. I find that I don't use the missiles a lot in combat. I kind of treat the missiles more as a utility in this game, in Metroid. It's like the charge shots of the different beams just feel better. The wave beam stuns them for a little bit. The plasma beam keeps them burned up. The ice beam just completely freezes them. Hold on, music's still going, so clearly there's more of them. Okay, the music calmed down. but they're still lurking about. Didn't they have homing missiles too? I think that the missiles do have a little bit of homing quality to them. But still, it's just like I don't know. Especially with like the reload time with the missiles, like bam, bam. And I mean, I know there's this trick where you can go do this and shoot them faster. But it just doesn't really seem worth it when I can just do this and just stun them with a charge shot. Now they do end up having super missiles where you combine your charge shot with your missiles, and that's really strong. That's when the missiles become more worth it. But I think it takes up like 10 missiles per shot. You may be thinking of Contra. Increased acidity levels recorded in the Phazon amniotic bath. This is likely a side effect of Phazon ingestion by test subjects. And here we have it, proof that they have Metroids. Access to Research Lab Ether limited to Team Scalera only. Personnel bound for holo observation must use West Elevator. Ice beetle infestation in Ice Vault region has been 95% exterminated. Ice beetle. Report any sightings to the security meeting. Why did they stick this text on a picture of a Metroid? This has nothing to do with the Metroids. Phazon fluid levels at 70%. Checking diagnostic for log blah 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 blah. Our initial tests exposing Talon 4 indigenous parasites to Phazon appear to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like addition poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that given enough exposure to Phazon, they may one day be able to survive on any planet we'd transport them to. Our methods will have been refined. We currently have 100% extinction rate after the fourth infusion period, and most survivors of the third infusion stage are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. Ether, an energy that lives beside dark matter in space. Real thing. Yeah, I've learned that there's apparently some very magical sounding terms in science when you get to the deeper parts of space stuff. I think I can understand, and I can get into like a lot of the outer space stuff. But I think every time I have like a wiki dive with this kind of stuff, as soon as I start talking about dark matter, that's kind of where I just my brain stops keeping up. Incoming data. Pirate communique analyzed. Main research facility located. I believe that's where I'm going to get the super missiles. Theoretically, all, if not most things, are comprised of dark matter, including planets. Yeah, but I don't know. I just can't really wrap my hand around it because it's just like, okay, everything is dark matter, but it's also not there. Like, what is it? You can't see it. You can't smell it. There's no particles. Like, what the fuck is dark matter? Is it like antimatter? It's the the best way I can like explain it to myself is when I think about the fact that, you know, you have all the blocks in Minecraft. Yes, I'm using Minecraft, don't judge me. You have all the different kinds of blocks in Minecraft to make a world. And even where you don't see blocks, technically the game sees the empty areas as blocks also. It just calls it air blocks. Space Spire's encrypted data decoded. We have codified the newfound energy source as Phazon, a V-index mutagen of which we have Very little reliable data. Indications point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life sufficiently to withstand its poison. These mutations appear promising, with the abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single generation reproductions. Plans to establish a full science team on Talon 4 are being finalized.
Recording to logbook.
Mining operations have begun near the crater where phazon appears to be most concentrated. Daily phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining systems becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipment flows increase. Several incidents of phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in deeper chambers. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic respiration, muscle spasms, and in the most extreme cases, hallucinations. A timeline of reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended as the material proves more unstable than initial analysis indicated. Xenome SA is undergoing relocation to Lab Hydra. 7% order after the pronounced increase in operation behavior security clearance or
Recording to logbook.
Space log. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Talon 4 is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personnel moves or else finding their way through subterranean tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort and plug them whenever we can, but it is unlikely that we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timeline. Phazon fusion with central energy core of Xenome SA is 70% saturation. Increased dosage appears viable. I understand why you think that way, but in this idea of dark matter, you could think of it as more spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. It's weird because you can't see it, but you know it's there. I don't like air. You can't see air, but you can feel it. Yeah, but can you feel dark matter? Like it's like I can. Like people would say like gravity, but I can feel gravity because I can't fly. I can feel air because I'm breathing it. But dark matter, I feel like dark matter is just like an idea that people say there's dark matter there. But okay, what is it? What is it doing? What does it do? How do we know it's there? Excuse the last sentence. Lord have mercy. This text speech is really fucking you over. Lord have mercy. It's like air, you can't see it, but you know it's but this Metroid story is indeed interesting. Sorry, I wanted to read all that stuff before I read your chat, so I didn't have to kind of keep going back and forth, and I could just continue through this. If you think about the energy theory, thermal energy specifically, it could not have been created or destroyed, it's just existing. I mean, you can create thermal energy, can't you? You just can't. You can't. Energy? Can you create energy? You can create energy. You just can't just. Let me not talk too much on things I'm not entirely sure if I know what I'm talking about. It's a physics theory. I never took physics, but I know some theories of other sciences. I feel that. Like, I have a kind of like vague interest in that kind of stuff, so I like to sometimes like go wiki diving and trying to read about it and learn about it, but obviously it's not like an essential part of my life. It's just kind of like a side hobby I read up on every now and then. So that's why I don't want to like talk too deep into it, because I don't want to be one of those people that just reads one wiki article and thinks they're an expert on what they're talking about. Damn it. Jesus, finally. A funny joke that exists in physics is which is more powerful, the immovable object or the unstoppable object? Like, which is what? Which is what is more powerful? I don't know. I feel like whenever you get to questions like that, most of the time the answer look. If it seems if a question in physics seems impossible, just resort to black hole. Xenon behavior patterns show decreased reflectivity at temperature. But I don't know. I don't know what would be more powerful. They cancel out. But how would they cancel out? The immovable object is already not moving. So if canceling out means it would stop moving, then technically wouldn't that mean the immovable object won? I would always imagine it like this. Immovable object unstoppable force, what would happen is the immovable object would not move, it would just end up breaking. Now if it's an immovable indestructible object, then that becomes more difficult. Apparently we're talking about high physics to the point where it starts sounding like magic. Welcome, Flippy. Station strains shows mass hour switching capacity influx strain verification is now underway. Prep work and all the empty. The unstoppable object can't be stopped and the immovable object won't be moved. But the immovable object can be broken. Well, that's an idea. Yeah. See, I solved it. I should get a Nobel. What would it call? Nobel Prize. Warning: do not handle sedated xenos without proper ice containment equipment. Cordite, super missile. Recording to logbook. Space-powered encrypted research outpost Glacier 1 in the Phendrana Drifts region of Talon 4 Mountain is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroid sluggish and easy to control, even those well into phazon infusion cycles. Cold containment stasis tanks are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantine caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue, as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators in the waste are also a concern. As they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas, unfortunately it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in munitions and soldiers. Honestly, I just imagined the unstoppable object just bouncing off. Huh? Huh? That too. That could work too, actually. Jeez, are messages delayed? I don't know. Are they? I know that it seems like the time between someone writing them and them actually showing up on the stream on the left side is really delayed for some reason, which is weird because as far as I can tell, the stream doesn't have any big delays. I wonder if it has to do with me setting the bit rate up really high. That could have something to do with it. Cause I went back to the other stream and I saw that that in like rainy regions, the bit rate just went to shit. So I brought it up by like 3,500. Anyways. Which one? That's a lot of bit rate. I think it's at 8,000 now. You know what? How about this? We'll bring it back to where it was before. You can tell me if it looks like shit, and we can also see if it makes the whole chat thing better.
For you.
One second.
Stop eating after.
One second. All right. To be honest, I never really cared for low bit rates as long as it's just not. Well, yeah, that's exactly why I brought up the bit rate. Like, I'm not trying to have a pristine, clear picture or anything, but like I just don't like it when the environment just looks like a bunch of blocks put together. I don't want my Metroid to look like Minecraft. My bro, then don't play the 2D games. Done. I mean, is Metroid Dread included in that? No, I guess Metroid Dread is 2.5D. Have you even played Dread? Metroid Dread? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I really like it. I forgot what they're called, the unkillable robot thingies. They were both my least and my most favorite part of it, because they set up a lot of tension, but the ones that were more difficult to avoid just started getting kind of annoying. And the window that they give you to like parry them whenever they grab you is just absolute trash. Or not trash. It's absolute bullshit. Like, it's such a tiny window, and like the time that you have to press the button is not even really clear when it is that you can do it. But even if you knew, it's so short that you would probably still fail half the time. But I really liked it. It added some cool lore to Samus, and that's what I want with my Metroid. Like, I really like the environmental storytelling, but I could do with a little more personalization of Samus. I don't know, so like maybe give Samus some cutscenes of her own. I don't know how you could do it, because I really like the feeling of isolation. I wouldn't want a bunch of characters. Like, that's why I didn't really like Metroid Prime 3 that much. I didn't like how many characters there were and that there were people constantly talking. I missed the feeling of isolation. But at the same time, I kind of would like some characterization to Samus, deeper look into the Space Pirates and into Ridley, a deeper look into the Chozo, which I actually got some of that in Dread. I did play Metroid Other M, and unpopular opinion is that I actually liked it. And I really thought it was cool seeing Ridley's different stages of life. But apparently it's a very unpopular opinion because a lot of people hated it. I understand why they hated the characterization of Samus. I didn't think it was atrocious, but I understand why it was a little cringe. But I didn't hate it. I don't know. I thought it was okay. Samus just felt a little too whiny, but I didn't see anything wrong with making her vulnerable. Because, you know, you can be a badass killing things in space and still be a human being. There's nothing wrong with being vulnerable, especially when it comes to things about being a mother. I mean, you know, she's still a woman. She's still got the motherly instincts, even though it's weird that it was to a fucking Metroid. But they did. I feel like they leaned on that a little too much and made her a little bit too whiny. But other people say it's just like it was just awful. It was horrible. It was trash, and I just don't think it was that bad. I mean, it's not the worst game. It really is not. It just has a trash plot. I didn't mind the plot. I thought it was good. I don't know. I kind of liked it. The baby. Yes, she did say the baby way too many fucking times in that game. But I don't know. I liked the twist of Other M. I liked that Samus had a character. I liked seeing young Samus. I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad. I don't think the plot was that bad. I think the only bad thing about the plot was that Samus didn't use her weapons just because Homeboy told her she's not allowed to. Like, they turned Samus into an Adam simp. But again, it was cool finally seeing who Adam was after he was brought up in Metroid Fusion. Something you didn't know about because you said you didn't play Metroid Fusion, right? But yes, Adam was brought up in Metroid Fusion, so it was cool seeing the actual Adam. Yes. The mystery element was decent. Phase on mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established and terraforming of the Chozo ruins is underway. Security systems are operational and science teams continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Phendrana drifts have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base in Starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to the dominance in this sector within a decacycle. Truly, these are glorious times. I like the way they named their years because it makes it so it is different from Earth's way of telling time, because it's like it's a problem I always have with space genre anything. It's when they say like, oh, it's gonna take 10 years. It's like 10 what years? Like in Xenosaga, they mention years, and it's like, okay, Milshin years? Fucking Abraxas years. What are we going off here? But they use like decacycles, which clearly it has to do with 10. So maybe you could imagine 10 of the planet's years. But still, since they changed up the words, it feels more like they're talking about something other than Earth years. I'd assume they mean Earth years when they mention years specifically. But why would they? They're not on Earth. Scans of Spiral Sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from a Wonder-class planet identified as Talon 4. Scout... I wonder if they picked the name Talon because of the Chozo. The Chozo are bird people, you know, Talons. Scout reconnaissance was immediately dispatched to the center of the spike. A landmass at heading mark 40, returning with planetary samples and atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows the energy source to be an unstable radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Talon 4 appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. So the player can understand. I understand. Like, I get the utilitarian reason for why they do it. I'm not. That's why I'm not giving it shit for it, because I'm not that. I don't know how to say it, but I'm not that dense as to just say the writing is bad because of that. When obviously, you have to have good writing, just like you have to have good gameplay. But at the end of the day, the point is that the person understands what you're saying. It's just like people that complain about realism in games for certain things. That something or the other is not realistic. When at the end of the day, the answer to why it's not realistic is just because that wouldn't be fun. And at the end of the day, you're making a game and it has to be fun. Exactly, because it's a game. I'm kind of mad that the rhythm that those things are pounding is not exactly the same as the music, because it kind of starts off that way, but then they slowly go out of sync, and I want them to. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Too much laughter?
Too much laughter.
Spider-Man 2 for PS5 already got people complaining because the water doesn't cling to one of the characters when falling into the water.
Oh no, somebody don't get wet.
I mean, that is something I would notice and point out, but I wouldn't never like make a critique of the game over that.
Yeah, like throw away the game because one person's not wet.
Right, 0 out of 10. Peter's not moist enough. Wait, did Spider-Man 2 come out already? Or is it just from the gameplay trailer they had? You a fan of those games, Flippy? I recently got into them during Christmas because somebody gave me the Spider-Man for the PS4, and then somebody else got me the Miles Morales one for the PS5. Planet Billium. Planet Twin Tabula. Twin Tabula. That sounds funny. Recording to logbook. Planet Talon 4. Ecosystem studies indicates that Talon 4 was a biological paradise prior to impact of an extraterrestrial object. What remains of the biosphere is slowly fading due to exposure to phazon radiation. At current rate of decay, Talon 4 will be bearing class 13? X is 10, right? Yeah, class 13 wasteland in approximately 25 years.
Recording to logbook.
Planet Zebes. Oh, we're in the same solar system. I didn't even realize that. Planet's crust is primarily earthic ore, making it ideal for subterranean construction. A class 18? IX is 8, IIX is 19, and then X is 10, right? So that would be 18? Yeah. 19? Really? I thought... So there's no IIX? I'm just coming up with bullshit? Planet Zebes is inhospitable to most bioforms. The world was considered unremarkable until it became a base for space-powered forces. Isn't Zebes the planet that what is it? The first Metroid game is based off? Planet Urmine. An uninhabitable wasteland savaged by nuclear dust storms and constant seismic upheavals. IX equals 9. Oh, you right. Holy shit, I'm dumb. No, you're right. Because 8 is VII, right? It goes IV, V, VI, VII, VII, IXX, right? I had a phase in my life where I got really into Roman numerals. That phase is long gone. What? Huh? About what? Look, I thought they were cool. Okay, I think what I liked about them is trying to understand the logic of how they worked. Like how they switch back between a letter and the eyes, and then they would switch halfway through to the eyes and then another letter.
It's okay, honey. You don't have to explain to me.
Don't judge my autism. Someone give this guy a medal. Thanks, Flip. Super missile. That's a weird look for a super missile, but I'll take it. Hell yeah, completed the OG 2 times, once on PS4, and then I almost 100% did the first Spider-Man game on the PS4. But the thing that kept me from doing it was the random crimes that for each section, just because I just did not feel like just wandering around waiting for one to pop up. I did everything else that I could just like go to and do, or go to and find, like the backpacks. But the crimes were just too tedious. I would do them every time they showed up as I played the game. But there wasn't really any part of me that felt like just wandering around waiting for a petty crime to show up. And doing that like 50 times. Someone just slapping random shapes in Blender, then being like, this is a super missile. That does seem like what they did. Okay, so it's you charge and then you shoot the missile, right? Nope, that wasn't the missile button. Okay, back to saving. Let me get off the saving point before I try that again. Okay, that's not it. This. This. Do I even have to charge them? Am I just completely wrong on that? Oh yeah, you have to get the specific charge missiles. Like you have to get the charge wave beam and the charge plasma beam and all that. So right now you only have the normal super missile. God dang it, I keep pressing fucking wrong. There we go. Oh, that's weird. The way I press the Z buttons doesn't really conform to how they want me to do that. Suppose I'm supposed to be using the Z buttons with my middle finger, and then the bump the ones on the top with my index fingers. I don't know. This is gonna require some finger twister, but it's okay. I do finger twister all the time. If you play Metal Gear Solid 3, you've done finger twister. I haven't played this game in a bit. Yeah, I remember now. I think the super missile combinations are actually not even is one of the few power-ups that you actually don't need to get, but they're definitely useful to have. So I went through the menus and saw that all the different like styles that they have for controllers, and I found the one with the motion controls. It's kind of cool, honestly, but I don't feel like getting used to a new control scheme, because I'm just finally getting the hang of this one. And sometimes the aiming can be a little wonky also, so I didn't really stay with it. But it was pretty cool. It's a cool option to have. Then they have the classic mode for how the GameCube was laid out, and holy shit. I had completely forgotten how wonky the GameCube controls are. So what? No, I love the GameCube, but like I said before, it had the downside of the fact that it didn't have two real sticks. It had the big stick on the top left, and then the strong stick in the bottom right. And people know they normally, because it was such a little weird stick, they normally didn't use it for like navigation. So you had to use the same stick to both turn the camera and move forward and back. So to turn, you had to rotate while moving. And then if you want to look up and down, huh? If you want to look up and down, you had to like hold down the trigger button, and then you could look up and down. But you'd be looking up and down with the same moving button, so you'd have to stay in the same place. Must scan everything. Must scan everything. Hold on, don't hit me yet. I'm scanning you. Okay, I've already scanned all of you. You're all just basic bitch space pirates. Nothing special about you. This is the equivalent of me playing Breath of the Wild, and I have to take a picture with the bosses before I can beat them. I have to take a selfie with them. To be frank, this game doesn't have a ton of moving plus firing moments. No, most of it's like big moments of moving around while firing are like very basic, just strafe left and right. Which is fair. I mean, Metroid is not, it's not really an action game, you know? I mean, with Metroid Prime, they definitely made it more action focused, but I can see why they didn't want to make it like a full-on first-person shooter with like hiding behind walls and shit. Because at the core, Metroid is supposed to be an exploration game. Yep. I love how, like, when you see the animations when they're dying, it just looks like they lost control of their jetpack. But according to the scans, it says that when they're about to die, they engage in a kamikaze attack to try to take out their enemies. And it's just like, yeah, that's what I would say too if I lost control of my jetpack. Like, nothing about that animation tells me they're in control of what's happening. I remember there is a artifact here somewhere. I think you have to make that tower come down somehow. But I don't think I can get it right now. It's amazing how many of the artifacts I remember. Like, I think I saw the pillar that you have to break in Magma Caverns. You know, some people don't like the whole finding keys thing at the end of each of the Metroid Prime games. I can kind of see why they would think it's filler. And to be honest, maybe it is. But I kind of like it because it gives me a reason to go back through past areas and collect things that maybe I couldn't get before and now I can. Because if it was, like, I know myself, and I know that if I was going through the game normally and then I could go to the last area, even if I knew that there's stuff I haven't gotten yet, there's no part of me that's going to be like, let me just go spend 5 hours going through past areas that I've already been through just to hopefully find something that I haven't picked up yet. You need the plasma to get it intentionally. Wait. What do you mean to get it intentionally? Is there a way to accidentally get it? Is there a way to cheese your way into that artifact? To be fair, you can, but it requires a good jump plus missile. What are you talking about? Is there some kind of trick with the missile that helps you jump further or something that I don't know about? Oh, you gotta break that, right? But to break that, I gotta melt this. To melt this, I need the plasma. So I'm guessing there's some way to like cheese a missile to hit it without having to melt this. Let's see if I can cheese it. Oh, okay. Is that it? I think I got it. I think I understand. Oh, well, that didn't go far. You can hit the explosive supporting the pillars. Oh, fuck you. I was wondering. As soon as I saw those shields, I was like, they're trying to prevent me from doing something I'm not supposed to do. And that's what they were trying to prevent me from doing. But you need to fire the missile so it goes over the wall. I could see how that would be a little difficult. You know, it doesn't even matter because I am going to get the plasma beam eventually, right? But I just want to see if I can do it. Maybe I already fucked up by breaking the crates that were on here. Because these would have helped me get up there. I think the start is to fire from the other end. From there? Aw. They made the colliders and those things bigger than the actual model so you couldn't get on it. Are you sure you can do it on the remaster version? Maybe they knew about this little trick and they made it so you can't do it. Oh, I think the strat. Fire after a double jump from the boxes. Yes. Well, I think I might have fucked up by breaking the smaller crates on the top of the boxes. Because I don't think I can get high enough now. Can you let me, okay, have some fun? Like, I understand, computer. I know that's where I gotta go. You don't gotta be like, hey, Samus, come over here. I know. It's the only blue part of the map. I know I gotta go there, okay? Chill out. I'm trying to cheese your world. Saw it on Twitter. I mean, I could see how it's doable. But I think I might, like I said, I think I fucked up by breaking those crates. I'm just gonna keep going. What else do I have to get here? Got the super missile. I know there's one of these elevators that have, isn't it? Or I might be thinking of Dead Space, honestly. Where, like, right when you land, there's something in behind it that you can get a power-up in. Might be thinking of Dead Space. Which is a weird game to confuse this game with. I hate this section so much. I don't really have any negative memories of this section. I have plenty of negative memories of the sunken ship section, but you know, water. Water in games is never fun. I really like the look of the wave beam in the remaster. There it is, the dreaded Metroid.
Recorded to logbook.
Morphology, Talon, Metroid, energy-based parasitic predator. The effects of Phazon have turned these Metroids, a species of alpha predator native to SR388, into a unique subspecies found only on Talon 4. A Talon Metroid will latch onto its prey and drain energy, growing larger as it does. The only way to shake an attached Talon Metroid is to enter morph mode and lay a bomb. Oh shit! Why do you hate this section? Is it just a constant barrage of space pirates? That plus something else? What is that something else? I mean, you're not spoiling anything. I've been playing this game since I was like 13 years old. Thermal visor? Oh, that is tedious. Yeah. I don't think I've played a single game where they made thermal visors fun to use. And then there's the games where they just put like a bright green filter on the screen and call it night vision. The reconstruction of Geoform codenamed Ridley. Geoform 187, codenamed Ridley, was recently completed after his defeat on Zevis. Command ordered a number of metagenetic improvements for him. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful but quite successful in the end. Early tests indicates a drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybernetic modules and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Ridley. I love how they're treating Ridley as some kind of like experiment, when isn't Ridley supposed to be like the leader of the space pirates? Will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. It's super cool, don't get me wrong, but the remaster makes one change you will not like. Uh-oh. That's not good. Woo! Initial transfer of Metroids to Talon 4 research facilities have been completed. 3 were terminated, and can you, Nixie? So good. 3 were terminated in an incident. I'll talk you, Nix. Bork. Bark. Have you ever seen that video, Flippy? Because if not, I'm gonna have to put it into Chris' channel so you can see it. But first, first, I must eat. I'll be back. Nobody leaves. Nobody leaves, or you will receive a visit from the angel of death, the one-eyed angel of death. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la fuerza que tengo hambre. Pásame una botella de soda grande. Que me penan la. Que me. What is it? Que me están esperando las fiestas en Gerudo Valley. There we go. Hi, I'm back. No habla español. Well, get good, Flip.
Okay, Flip. I don't either.
You're nothing. Crystal's got my back. Uncultured swines. Confidence is high regarding Phazon applications. We know enough about Phazon now to begin combining it with Space Pirate DNA. The code name for this venture will be Project Helix. Primarily, studies indicate that Phazon infusion could produce radical new pirate genomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Phazon madness is a concern, but refinements in the infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Ah, I see. They've hinted towards that boss starting in this area, huh? Ice containment gear when transporting Metroids. What was? Did you play this game originally on the GameCube, Flip, or did you play it on the Wii? I would assume if it was any other 21-year-old that the answer is obvious, but with you, I never really know. I played the Wii trilogy. Okay. What was How old were you when you played it? Que me están esperando las fiestas en Gerudo Valley. Aggressive behavior. His body starts to compose a Phazon aura, appears nearly invulnerable. This has rendered our efforts to train and discipline subject useless. East quarantine cave has been secured. Specimen remains in the quarantine area. All experiments suspended pending pacification. I hate that the screens have nothing to do with what they're talking about, because I wonder if they're talking about the big golem thing that I'm gonna fight in this area in just a little bit. I started in Conquest in 2019, so probably about 5 years ago when I was 16. I used to because I played a ton of new games that year. 16. Okay, so you played it when you were a little bit older than when I played the original. So I don't know if you ever had like a rage era when you were a kid playing video games, but I did. Like I legit used to throw my remotes. Did you have a boss fight in this game that made you rage? Whatever that looked like for flipping, whether it's throwing remotes or not. Studies of Metroid biology continue through limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using Metroids for our means rather than trying to produce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we would have no need for a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Further, I beat them with with just a wave beam. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they consume, we would have near limitless source of power at our disposal. Me too, rage quit. I rarely rage, I definitely reach frustration, but you have to do a lot to piss me off. I was When it comes, I wouldn't say I was on a hair trigger, but could definitely be pissed off by games when I was a kid. Now, kind of just laugh at myself. If I get mad enough, I just kind of like bow my head and take a deep breath. And eventually, if the game pisses me off enough, I'll just stop playing for the day. But I don't think many games have got me to that point recently. The last fight in Tears of the Kingdom almost dead though. Yes, okay. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if so for me the Elite Pirate was my rage moment. That dude took me so many tries. I'm surprised I didn't break my GameCube controller. But I mean, he is, if I'm not mistaken, kind of like he's like the last boss before you start reaching the end game, right? Like once you beat him, all you got to do next is just get the artifacts, and then all you got left is Meta Ridley and the Metroid Prime itself. So it makes sense why he's so difficult. But god damn, did he piss me off when I was a kid. Z's fight? Oh god. You know, I surprisingly enough I think I lost a few times on his first form. But after I beat his first form, I don't think I lost in any of his other forms. My frustration with Z was just how boring it was and how long it was. I died at literally his last phase. That is horrible, dude. I am so sorry. Especially because you were playing at the highest difficulty, so that probably means that the fight took you even longer than it took me. Because, of course, more difficult probably just means he's more of a damage sponge. Metroid dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is a central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. That's actually really interesting. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. See, that's the kind of shit I want Metroid to focus on. Like, all these pirate logs bring up a lot of really interesting questions that could make for some really interesting plots. And his fight takes at least 40 minutes. Yep. I guess they thought, hey, we have a fun battle system. So that must mean that a fun boss fight is one where you get to interact with the battle system for an hour straight. That's fun, right? Ah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm listening, hearing. I went through every fucking word in the dictionary to find that one. How the hell do I go back up? Do I just not? Is that the answer? I guess I just don't. Okay. But it doesn't even give you the power fantasy necessary. No, not really. You're right about that, because you're grinding away at his health so slowly. Like you said, it doesn't really give you that power fantasy because you're just surviving. You can see that you're not dealing a lot of damage. That's kind of the problem. Ice beetle with burrowing insects with an ice-reinforced carapace. Adverse to heat, this member of the beetle family has adapted to life in the sub-zero temperatures in the Phendrana drifts, growing thick ice cells all over its entire body. The ice is extremely resilient, providing the ice beetle with extra protection and augmented digging abilities. I mean, all your friends join you in the Queens 2, which was really cool until I died, and then I was just so mad. Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling of like everybody joining in, which they could have joined in like the second phase, and they would have still been just as epic, and then you wouldn't need like 5 fucking phases. But I do get that side of it, that they were trying to make that feel epic. But yeah, no. After doing like the 8th combo in one boss fight, because of how long it takes, everything lost its luster. Even the combo, the chain attack lost its luster. Okay, wow. I just fell right through the bottom. Let me see if I missed anything out there, because I know what's gonna happen once I do this down here. Da na 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 na. Look, at the end of the day, I think we can agree that I'm very glad Future Redeemed came out, because otherwise the whole Xenoblade 3 experience would have just been a forgettable and kind of frustrating and disappointing experience. It's almost kind of ironic that they named it Future Redeemed, because it really did redeem the game for me. Even though I shouldn't really even say that, because it's its own game. So really, 3 is still a disappointment to me. It's just that Future Redeemed was good. Future Redeemed system made me so happy. Yes. I honestly think Xeno Chronicle final bosses have a lot to be desired. I like Xenoblade 2's final boss. I thought it was pretty fun. It was the first one that was chunky enough for me to be able to get like all the little element spheres on it. But yeah, the one from Xenoblade 1, Zanza himself just kind of felt like like a bullet sponge. Lesser so than Z. It was a tolerable bullet sponge, but there was just nothing really special about him. And Future Redeemed's final boss, Alpha, he was kind of a joke, honestly. I consider Jin to be the actual final boss of that game. Well, not Jin, Jin. N, who is pretty much Jin from that game. But it's a shame it only had one. It had two. It had the one where. Oh, you're talking about Xenoblade 2s? It did only have one phase, didn't it? Yeah, but you also had 3 bosses back to back on that. You had to fight, what's his name? The guy obsessed with like absorbing core crystals. Him, who was pretty hard, honestly, just bumped him back into his hole. Jin, who was a nightmare for me at least, and then the actual final boss. True, Amalthus and Jin were very hard. Yes. Additional. Okay, so what am I not gonna like about the thermal visor? Let's see. Oh. Oh. No. What? Are you talking about the weird blurry effect that happens when you move around? That makes you fucking nauseous? Why would they do this? Disgusting. Who played this and said, that's a good idea? Oh, that's fucking gross. You see, Nintendo is just thinking about the good of the player. They want to give them nausea. That way they put the game down. And that way kids don't have really long play sessions, which is unhealthy. Thank you, Nintendo. Very cool. Motion blur for the win. Is he absorbing my energy? My freaking charge shots? Whatever happened to Metroids are only susceptible to cold? I'm sure that was their thought process. Yeah, I'm sure. Nintendo always being wholesome. I didn't like it, and I knew you wouldn't like it. I don't think anybody likes this. It's just not built to go with the human ocular system. I can't imagine any reason why someone would play this and be like, "Oh wow, that was a good idea." I do like having nausea. It makes me feel something. Why, yes, Nintendo, I would like a side of nausea with my Metroid. Is there more than one? Oh my god, and I just remembered how much this mechanic is used in the underwater sections. So not only am I going to have to deal with the underwater sections, I'm going to have to deal with the underwater sections with this fucking visor. Sentry drone, well-armed armored security mecha. Sentry drones have limited intelligence but do their assigned tasks well. Being machines, they are susceptible to electrical attacks. When alerted, drones initiate a security lockdown and then attempt to neutralize the intruder. Their electric warfare suite can scramble visor technology as well. I'll take the blindness. You know what, homie? You know what? Fuck you. It's really not. It's just very irritating to the eyes. Maybe it's me, but I never get motion sickness from playing any games or even virtual reality games. I don't either, but these kind of effects, it's not necessarily nausea. It's just it just kind of it triggers like a migraine. Like my instinct is to look away when I get these kind of effects in games. I get the feeling from Ultra Hand and Tears of the Kingdom when something is stuck and it won't move. Just to be clear, that effect was not in the original, right? Ooh. Samus's face shows up a lot more in dark when you do that. Oh god, no. Oh my god, I have to. I can't see shit otherwise. As energy-based creatures, Metroid show immediate and mass increase upon energy absorption. Da 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 da. I hear you, my friend. I hear you. Where are you? Call out to me. What the hell? Where are you? Is it below me? Above me? Oh, right, that thing over there. Dum dum dum. Oh, I'm starting to remember. Weren't like the charge missile fusion variants like different depending on the beam you used it on? Like I think with the wave beam, it was just like a constant wave of electricity that you could keep hurting people with, right? And then with the ice beam, it was pretty much like It was like like a big explosion of ice that would expand or something. I don't remember what the fire one looked like. Oh fuck. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. I forgot what I said. Yep, I don't remember. Do you remember what it was about? And I can repeat myself. Oh yeah, like the charge missile fusions for each beam is different, right? Like it's not just a missile but electric and then a missile but ice. They actually kind of do different things. Like I remember the one for the wave beam. It's kind of like a constant wave of electricity that you could just like keep held down. Oh, this is just awful. Maybe another reason though they went first person with Prime was so you can really get the feel of her visors. I don't know. I doubt. Now that I think about it, I doubt that they made a whole gameplay decision just based on. But what if they had visors though? But who knows? I only brought that up, Flip, because me and Wes were having a conversation about like why they decided to make Metroid Prime first person. Wave beam is like Ghostbusters. Ice is a huge blast of ice, and plasma is a constant stream of fire which consumes missiles like crazy. So the fire one and the wave beam are pretty much the same, but for their elements. I do remember that I never really used the fire one very much. I used the wave beam one a lot though. Ha! Oh, I thought they were stuck there. I thought they couldn't go through that or something. Why am I fighting them like I even need to? Because they killed my family. They're better for the final boss. Indeed. Okay, calm down. Okay, I fucking hate these turrets. Okay, I've scanned you. Just making sure. Christ, is a lot of you. I'm just gonna go now. Do 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 do. Ah, sweet, sweet sunlight. All right, time for the goal. I think this golem was the first boss fight in this game that gave me some trouble. Oh, I see. You're gonna make me do that, huh? Oh, okay. I thought there were more than one. What did you think about Metroid Prime 3? I'm just wondering if you feel the same way about me with that when it comes to like how it took away the feeling of isolation and the game was a lesser for it. Rough. That's that's a good way to be nice about it, I suppose. To be frank, I did play the entire trilogy back to back. So you think maybe you were just kind of like burnt out on it? Nah, but Metroid Prime 3 was kind of rough compared to the other ones. Like I remember, I was super excited. Like I borrowed my cousin's Wii just so I could play it. And I was just kind of, I mean, I liked it, but 3 didn't have a lot of atmosphere. I agree. It's the only one that I haven't really replayed. I think my favorite one is 2. I barely remember it honestly. It was just not as memorable for me. Although 2 had better bosses. I agree. And I'm always a fan of like dark doppelganger kind of thing. So Dark Samus, in my opinion, was really cool. And it's even though it took me a while to realize that Dark Samus is just the Metroid Prime that evolved after sucking up Samus's phase on suit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I can do that too, buddy. I just can't move the camera while I do it. So I just kind of have to hope that you're not near me. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not, you know what? I'm being dumb right now. Oh, fuck. Ha ha ha! Garbage. Thardis. This seems like a weird boss to give the magnet power level up to. It doesn't really seem to have anything to do with him. God dang it, why did I do that? Ah! Stone Talus. Okay, what is that from? Because I've been trying to remember the name of this boss fight for a while, and I kept coming back to Talus. But, oh, that's from Breath of the Wild, isn't it? That's why I kept coming back to that name. Oh, I haven't scanned him. Hold on. He's a rare earth magnet. Stardust, an animated sentient creature of stone charged with phazon radiation. Man, phazon can really bring anything to life, huh? The phazon radiation given off by Stardust negates auto-targeting systems, preventing lock-on. It may be possible to acquire an alternate target with a different visor. The chaotic nature of phazon irradiation leads to instability and its structural integrity. Stardust can encase targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a formidable opponent. Yeah, he was definitely the first boss fight that gave me a lot of trouble when I first played this game as a kid. There we go. Ah, damn it, wrong button! Damn it. How dare you make me waste my missiles? Okay, I'm gonna need you to just be in the T-pose real quick. Wanna run out of missiles. No, don't. There we go. Fucking 30 missiles later. Oh, by the way, welcome, Mario. Garbage. What are you whining about? Oh, this is where he starts to fog, isn't it? Yep, apparently he's Storm from X-Men. This will make the battle even more fun. Ha, he can't get me in here if he can't fit in here. I just hate how slow he is, especially on hardest difficulty. Garbage. Why do you hate how slow he is? Isn't that a good thing? Oh! Oh, hello. Garbage. I think that little garbage section of your stream highlight is one of my favorite parts of that video. Oh, there goes my missiles. That and blowing up Ziggy's kid. I only did what I was asked. You know, even though technically the commission wasn't for those kind of edits, I just couldn't help myself. There are just some things that I just need to do. Haha. Garbage. Your stones are garbage. Your phazon is garbage. You're garbage. And you should feel like garbage. Because that's what you are. This is for my 13-year-old self. That you made rage so much. That's deep. Oh, okay, we're done with this. That's good. I approve of this change. Come on. Ooh, that's a juicy bit that I wanted, boy. Ooh, look how bulbous it looks in this. You know, I don't think as a kid I understood, because obviously as a kid I was just playing through the game. I wasn't reading no fucking lore, no fucking scans and research things. That was all the boring part of the game when I was a kid. So I didn't know anything about Phazon at this point, and I just thought that like the bright spots were just like really icy rocks. Why am I in the ball? Why am I in the ball again? Come on, Ruben. The box, or the ball is like the box in Metal Gear. It makes me feel safe. My bro's literally bullying rocks. Where are the growls coming from if he's just rocks? You know, I always found that part in that little cutscene to be like uncharacteristically humorous. That little rock hitting her head. Like, there's nothing really in this game that has that kind of like humor in it. So I always found it weird. Spider ball. That's what it's called, not magnet ball. Why can't I suck these up? I really like the design of the spider ball. It reminds me of a light up yo-yo I had when I was a kid. Garbage. Press and hold ZL when in morphle mode to attach your spider ball tracks. Additional data, new access unlocked in the main menu. Okay, so let's see. Oh, God dang it. I don't think I've opened up the map once in this stream without first opening up the menu. I don't know why I always think it's going to be the minus button. Did you open the map with the minus button in Zelda? Maybe that's why. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. Ah, okay, there you go. That's why. And Zerd. Zerd. Da 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 da. Oh. Huh. Da 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 da. that is not where we want to go. That is not where we want to go right now. Oh, I need the grappling hook to go over there. Okay. I guess this is where I want to go right now. You know you can spring ball, right? Spring ball? What do you mean? Morph ball, shake Joy-Con up. Are you under the impression that I'm... Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, you can just press X. I had no idea that morph ball had to jump. What? This wasn't in the original, right? I'm pretty sure you always had to use bombs to get any height with the morph ball. Look at me, I'm made of rubber now. Ah. It was added in the Wii trilogy. Not in the GameCube. Okay. I was about to say, there's no way that I played through the Metroid Prime 1 and 2 so many times and did not know about this. You know, the one thing I don't like about Metroid Prime 2 is that the idea of a light beam and a dark beam was pretty cool. Until I realized that the dark beam is just the ice beam and the light beam is just the plasma beam. The only thing that was really original was the annihilator beam, and you pretty much get that at the end of the game. And even then, one thing I didn't like about the annihilator beam is that it sounds fucking badass, and it's really, I mean, it's cool, but it's just a tracking beam, you know? It's just a homing beam that uses up both of your beam ammo. Oh yeah, that's another thing I forgot about too. There's ammo. I didn't like any of the beams in 2. I liked them. Like, you know, the ice beam and the plasma beam aren't bad. Therefore, the light beam and the dark beam aren't bad. It's just I wish they would have done something different other than just reskinning the ice beam and the plasma beam. I mean, there is that effect that the dark beam has where I think like it kind of becomes little particles and kind of stick to enemies or something like that. I don't remember. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I could be thinking about something else, but I feel like it has kind of like a. They just don't get used creatively, in my opinion. I agree. Oop. I can't wait for the ice beam so I can freeze those things. Oh. 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 Mm, mm, oh. 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 Alright, y'all gotta need to chill. Woo! Ooh! I'm in spicy water. Oh, no, that's not spicy water. Spicy water is the acidic water. That's just lava. We're not gonna come up with that name for it. That's just gonna be lava. Oh my god! Lighting. I just like how in this game each beam has different synergy. Oh yeah, lightning stuns, fire melt, and ice plus missiles is so good. Sriracha, sriracha. Yes, it is. This is why this is such a popular mine, because the space pirates are obsessed with Mexican food, and this is where an endless supply of sriracha sauce. They always have a part in a Metro game where it's like a humming theme. Do they? Are you saying that in this one it's the Magmore song? Yeah, Super Nintendo had a version like this too. My first Metroid game was Fusion, so I don't know anything about the old ones. I played a little bit of the first one actually, because they had it as a free download on the Nintendo DS or the 3DS. But I definitely didn't get very far on it. Bendezium. That would be the big boom. The big ultra bomb thing. Is that what it's called? Ultra bomb? You know, this song does kind of stand out as to the other songs in this game, as far as how hummable it is. Because a lot of the songs in Metroid Prime tend to be more ambiatic. They're like more ambiance music. This machine is functional, but it is not receiving power. 3 nearby power. Oh, okay. I always felt like the sound effect for the thermal visor felt like an alien was speaking to me in some weird language. Just like do 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 dum 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 dum. Wait, is this where I get the plasma beam? Man, this part of the game is just one power up after another one, isn't it? Dum, 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 dum. Oh, it's not? Okay. Just an energy tank. I don't remember where I get the plasma beam. I remember where I get the ice beam. It's like, oh my god! I thought there was a rail there. No, oh god damn it. It was that one room in the Chozo ruins with all the froggy things that can eat you up. Phazon mines. I get the plasma beam in Phazon mines? It takes that long, really? Bro, the Phazon suit looks fucking awesome. I hate the gravity suit because it looks lame as fuck. And you have to use it for such a big part of the game. Access granted to east channel door granted. Lava without channel has been cool. You need grapple first if I recall correctly. Damn. Pretty far in. I think the Phazon, both of the endgame suits, I guess you could say, are the coolest looking suits. Like the light suit in Metroid Prime 2 is really cool looking. And it's a freaking godsend after you have to spend the whole game going from bubble to bubble. I mean, if I recall correctly, you still take some damage from the dark atmosphere, but it's so minimal that you can easily ignore it. Uh-oh, I've already been here. Oh, no! There. No, please, not like this! Ah! Jump! Samus, jump! Whew. Almost got me into sriracha sauce. Huh. Okay. Whew, I thought I fucked up. Mario, are you at work again? Are you being irresponsible? I I don't know why. There's something about this room that just reminds me of the plasma beam. It's like one of those things where you just have like, it's almost like a screenshot of a memory in your brain. I feel like I just have like a screenshot of coming out here with the plasma beam, and I don't know why. I don't know if something, I don't know if something special happens here with the plasma beam or what. You know, I will say this. There's one edit I wish you had made in part 1 where I talk about an employee and call them a bad employee. I do not recall. Can't remember that. That was a while ago. What were we talking about? A Vector employee, I'm guessing? I can send a Twitch clip. Sure. What would you have wanted me to do there? I normally go pretty crazy with the edits when I'm just like doing my own stuff or when I've done other people's videos. But since yours includes, well, first of all, I'm trying to be, you know, I'm trying to be more business oriented and not do things that I wasn't paid for, even though the artist in me wants to do so much. But also because you want me to do the what's it called, the subtitles, the animated subtitles. I know that's gonna take a big chunk of time, so I don't want to spend also too much time doing a bunch of little crazy edits, because that would make it take, well, you know, even more time. Just include it? Oh, like you just wanted me to put the clip in there? You didn't want me to edit anything? You just wanted me to have the part in it? Sentient floating lava moss protected by an infernal shell. Puddle spore opens when approached, attempting to intimidate with its size. When opened, direct fire to its mantle causes it to flip into a defensive position. If it can slam shot, it ejects a spread of harmful energy globules. Just as the highlight, I only say it because it was commonly shared with me and my friends when the stream was done. I'm gonna go ahead and send me the clip when you can. I cannot remember what you were talking about. There's something in this area that requires a grappling hook, isn't there? I remember these things like spinning up, or maybe it's just another area that has something similar. What? Yeah, okay, so it is here. But whatever it is, I don't think I can do it now. Can't find the clip, just the MP4. Are you sure it's not in your OnlyFlans channel? Or your OnlyFlans server? Isn't that what you called your server? Am I just crazy? That's what you called your server, isn't it? OnlyFlans or something? Like PH, because of flip? It's called the OnlyFlans Cub. Yeah, okay. I'm not crazy then. Yep, okay. I do need the grappling hook. Cool. Came back here for nothing. I'll just take the sriracha. And the sriracha turtles. Too impatient. Dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 da. Mm, mm.
Recorded to logbook.
Why is this specific thing a research logbook item? Garbage. Mm, mm, mm. You thought about scanning it? Well, yeah, I'm not surprised that it has that you can scan it, but there's things you can scan that are not part of the logbook. Oh, I thought that was it. I guess maybe it's another one. Mm, mm, mm. Ooh. Ooh. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That sriracha spicy as hail. Sriracha mines. Oh, I have reached the other side. We got to do the other side. Mm. 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 That sriracha spicy as hail. Aye, it do be, Mr. Squidward. It do be. Oh, let me see if I can. Here you go, Flip. Actually, I'm gonna put it in my server. Where is it? Cursed channel. Well, that's not it. All right, it's in the cursed channel, Flip. I'm just gonna throw this one in there too. Wow. 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 Oh, I see I got a message from me here. Let's see. Lately feels like this. Okay. I'm sorry they not put that. Something I did with another guy that I used to edit videos for is, I mean, my style has always been just like, give me the video and I'll just make a funny compilation out of it. But I would also tell him, and if there's anything specific you want me to put, just give me the timestamp so I can make sure to leave it on there. Because, there's maybe some things that you like or that mean something to you or that you find funny that, I don't find funny. We have different senses of humor. Maybe there's some kind of like inside joke I'm not getting. So I always like to know ahead of time, like, what you would like to keep in, if there's anything specific, so I can keep it in mind. Yeah, I can never do that in the future. This is the nice theme. Yeah, I really like this theme. If this was Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, there would be a Korok in here. You'd have to put like a rock in there and then a Korok would appear. Every time I see this, that's all I can think of. Zelda has ruined me. I was listening to Bloody Tears version of the Castlevania anime. Epic. I have not played or watched anything Castlevania. Do you ever lose perspective while looking at this map? It starts looking like a fucking MC Escher drawing. Oh no. I know what they want me to do. They want me to go to the friggin' crash site, don't they? We're finally at that point, huh? I mean, I thought it was upside down once. Gravity suit. But isn't that in the friggin' crash site? Phendrana? So why the hell did it take me out of there? If I was already there. I mean, I understand that, the game's technically not leading you anywhere, but normally the game has like a bit of a flow, It doesn't tell you to go anywhere, but because of what you discovered that is new, it kind of tells you, it kind of hints you at where to go. With that being said, let me do this. Oh wait, I've already done this. That's how I got the space jump boots. What am I talking about? Ice Beam is in Chozo Ruins. Alright, good. That means I get to stay away from the friggin' cash asset just a little longer. Castlevania 4, Castlevania 1, Crystal Darkness, those are the Castlevania games I've played. Oh, and I think a little bit of Castlevania, any of 64, and basically after that I haven't played of. Icewind Gravity Frigate. Alright, good. So I guess we're in the right place then. Data received. Regional climate analysis complete. Abnormally low temperatures at Ruinside. Okay, well there's the ice stream. But first, we're gonna do a few things. Here, I can finally go in here. That's one thing. Then I can go in that place that had spicy air, because I have the Varia suit. Anyways, pay no mind to me. Sorry, I wasn't trying to pay no mind to you. I just didn't fully understand the paragraph you wrote. I've played Symphony of the Night just a little bit, and they have the cell phone version of it too, but I still kind of get confused with games now that I kind of Vania-like. Castlevania, oh, the one up there is the one I got confused by. I've played O, and I think a little bit of Cast of any of. Are you doing text to speech again, or speech to text? I guess. You need grapple for spicy. Oh, you're right. You're right. I mean, I can survive in it now, but there's nothing to do in it until I get the grapple. All right, how do we get in there? Probably from here. Speech to text, I'm taking care of my ankle, so I apologize. It's all good, my dude. Low battery strats. Here we go again with the low battery strats. Can you go up there? Wow, 3 missile upgrades in just one room. The Great Deku Tree. Imagine playing a VR version of any Metroid game. That might be nausea-inducing. But it would be really cool with all the different weapons you get and with all the different visors you get. I don't know how you would do VR in the morph ball though. But we would finally get the morph ball perspective. We would see the inside of the ball. What about VR Pokemon Simulator, where you play as a Pokemon and then you get to experience the sacred Pokeball? Can you stop? What is wrong with you? Guys, come on. VR Portal. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. I have never played Portal. I hear it's a great game. I understand. And I'm sure I would enjoy it. It's just that every time I think like, hey, maybe I should try this game. It's just like I have games that interest me more on my list. So I just never got around to it. Claustrophobia inside of a Pokemon is Lord have mercy. We are led to believe that Pokemons are very cozy inside of their Pokeball, so I'm sure it wouldn't be claustrophobic. I wasn't even pressing the B button for more than a second during that. I don't know what's wrong with this control. I really hope that it's just with this specific stick, and maybe if I change it, it won't keep happening, which I will do once it's completely out of batteries. It's a game you could beat in like a day. Portal is like 2 hours if you know what to do. Okay, well, clearly, Flippy, I will not be going into it knowing what to do. Isn't this where I got another charge beam? Another charge missile fusion? Oh, I need a fucking gravity suit, don't I? Do I? Yes, I do. God dang it. I really hope I remember to come back in here. Well, there's that room in there that's still blue, so I'll have that visual pointer. Gonna step out and need to return to some work. You go developing shit if that's what you're doing. Large stress fractures can be seen in the surface of this brimstone pillar. Brimstone. Really? Oh, okay. Cleaning a pool filter? Flippy, are you a pool boy? Or is it just for your own pool? Oh, there it is. The wave beam missile fusion. Charged missile fusion. I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's what I'm calling it.
Recorded to logbook.
Morphology plated puffer. Mutated puffer with reinforced epidermis. Phased on exposure has created a mutant strain of the puffers in Talon 4. They have developed plated skin, making them harder to burst. Concussive weapons can still do the job, however. The gas within the plated puffer is just as deadly as that within their cousins. The ladies like the pool boys, at least. It's my own pool boy, but I could easily work on anyone's pool. That's what I hear if we live in California, Florida, Arizona, Miami. That's how Flippy's gonna meet his soulmate. Garbage. And MILFs MILF specifically? I don't think Flippy wants a MILF. Jesus. Wave Buster. Oh shit. Is there fall damage in this game? So that was a pretty big fall. I think this is where the hot area is, so I'm not gonna bother going over there. So this is where we have to go. Furnaces. I think I remember that room.
Recorded to logbook.
The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectations. We Chozo have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison, as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. From what I have gathered over the years of playing Metroid, even for the Super Nintendo era, it seems like they are beings that can secrete hormones that can enter anybody's body and make them powerful. Shit, I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember. I know you're saying something to something I said, but I forgot what I said. Or you have some Metroids that can kill you, like a parasite. Secret hormones that can enter anybody's body and make them powerful. Are we talking about Metroids? I just don't know what we're talking about specifically unless we're talking about Metroids. Because I'm guessing what you said has something to do with something I said recently. Just kind of like some self monologue. But I just can't remember what I said. I was speaking in general. That's but about what? You said from what I gather over the years of playing Metroid, even for the Super Nintendo, it seems like they are. Okay, so you are talking about Metroids, right? But the thing is that if they just secrete hormones to kill something, then how do they take their energy? So they got to be draining them somehow. It can't just be something they're putting into the people. It's got to be something that they're taking out of them. You know what I mean? Like they're not just dying, they're also gaining something from them. Or how about this? Okay, how about this? How about this? Okay. Here's my overly convoluted theory that is 100% not it. What if Metroids are born with that hormone, right? And a hormone in their base in their base state is actually really powerful, right? Is actually, if you imagine a Metroid that has absorbed as much energy that it can possibly take, okay? That's actually what a Metroid is supposed to be like, just in its base. But the hormones that they're born with make them weaker. So they need to excrete their hormones into another living being to rid themselves of those hormones. And the more they rid themselves of those hormones, the more powerful they become because they go back to how they're supposed to be. But at the same time, those hormones start to eat away and kill its victim. So because of that, it seems, because they grow as they latch themselves to their victim, it seems like they're draining their energy. But in reality, they're just transferring their essentially poison hormones into them so that they can go back to being the powerful beings that they're supposed to be, while at the same time killing their victim. Huh? Huh? How's that for a convoluted theory? Makes sense. I appreciate the correction. I mean, I wouldn't call it. Oh, well, I mean, yeah. The fact that it can't just be a hormone because they're draining something, I guess that would be a correction. But all the other bullshit I said was just a random theory I just come up with now. They probably haven't put much thought into it, to be honest. It's just like the Zelda timeline that everybody thinks there's some kind of grand timeline. And they have slowly, quote unquote, confirmed it. But in reality, I think we all know that the Zelda timeline is just, they made a bunch of games and then the fans started putting it all together. And once the developers wanted to try to make a big timeline out of the games, they're just like, yeah, that's all right. That's what we've always wanted, actually. Kind of like Dragon Quest. I've never played Dragon Quest. It's another game that actually looks pretty interesting, but I just never got around to playing it. Actually, I think, could be wrong. I don't remember if this is a Dragon Quest game, but I think I got one for my wife for Christmas or her birthday or something a few years ago. And we played it for a bit, but we never really got super far into it. I think it was like an open world one where you like collect eggs. And then you had, I don't fucking remember. I played it for only a few days, and she didn't play for that long either. I never played a Dragon Quest game. I never played a Dragon Quest game before either, but I've seen there's videos on YouTube that puts the timeline together. You know, I too also watch videos on games that I've never played before. I, if it's well put together, I can enjoy a good video essay, even if it's from a game or talking about a game I've never played before. They have Dragon Quest 7 or 8 on mobile. How many Dragon Quest games are there? Says Ruben, who was a huge fan of a franchise that has like 8 games, not counting spin-offs. A lot more than Mario. A lot more than Mario? What are we considering a Mario game though? Because Mario, in my opinion, has way too many games. I've always said that Mario is just like the go-to whenever Nintendo wants to make a game. They just stick Mario on it. Because for some reason they can't just make a game that does not involve one of their characters. We want to make a sports game. Okay, but what if it was a Mario sports game? Baseball? Okay, but Mario baseball? Racing game? Okay. Mario Kart? Now that is facts. Morphology, plated parasite. Hardy member of the parasite family, invulnerable to most weaponry. A cousin to the parasite, these creatures are known for their amazing resilience. Field studies suggest their weakness morph ball delivered weapon system. Why are they weak to a weapon? Why are they weak to a delivery system and not a weapon type? Magnetic glow system tracking. Like realistically speaking, if they're weak to morph bendizium, okay, so ultra bombs. If they're weak to the morph balls, they should really be weak to missiles too, because the morph balls are barely an explosion. What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life and its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or is that a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe, as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured, that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread throughout space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so. That the only surviving remnants of this evil are here on Talon 4, then at last there is hope for its eradication. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ooh. Ooh, changing music. Mwah, mwah. Wow. Wow, wow. Oh, that's a lot of lore. A crazy idea that I thought about, what if they had or created a Metroid game that was very similar to No Man's Land space game, where I lost track of where I was at. It's very similar to No Man's Land space game, where every planet that you go to is a sandbox and has multiple dungeons. I don't know how well that would go with the Metroid formula. I don't think Metroid is a game that would benefit from an open world mechanic. To the entrusted one, if you read these words, then your hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs. Believing in the black promise of the great poison, they seek to. Is the poison creating prophecies? They seek to harness it for their own ends. Oh, we're talking about space pirates. It is these last that are the greatest dangers. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true and trusted one. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. That's kind of what happened to Star Fox. They went back to the rail gameplay. Yeah, there was a point in time where I feel like every developer thought that going open world could only make their game better, and it just I don't think it went as well for a lot of them as I thought it did. I mean, we got gems like Breath of the Wild because of it, but other games like, as much as I love the series, I will say Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't think benefited from the open world. I think Halo fans will agree that Halo did not need an open world. None know if our temple, the cradle, will provide powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of Cypher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future. The time when the entrusted one knows is approaching. Many chosen are gifted with the distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. I was about to say breath of the wild. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies and the most common tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisonous womb, the worm grows, devouring from within, until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come true to pass, but of course we cannot help but fear this dark portent. Hell no, Halo didn't. Okay, I wasn't sure if one of my cousins was still in the chat, because I know my cousins like Halo, but I've only played 1 through 4, and I only did that recently. The only games I played when they came out was, I think, 1 and 2. And I haven't played Infinite, but I have not heard positive things about it. Cordite. Something behind the wall seems to have been activated. I think most games that want to go open world, what they really want is open area. Like, I feel like Metal Gear, if they just like did an open area kind of thing where there is still a linear path, but the areas you're in are more open, so you can kind of approach things in different ways, I think that would be cool. But the complete open world thing just brought nothing to Metal Gear 5, and I imagine that's kind of how it was with Halo also. It just brought, like, you still had to go from one base to another for the story, and there wasn't really a lot of like side questing or real good reasons to be going around in the, outside of the purview of the main mission. So the open world just made it so you just had to walk more from one area to another, and I don't think it ruined the game. I think a lot of things kept it from being a great Metal Gear game. I don't think it ruined the game, though. I just feel like it didn't really benefit from it. Like, the areas of Metal Gear 5 that most people talk about and that remember are the areas of the game that were linear. However, Zelda feels like it was just born. It was just made to be an open world game. I know some people disagree, but I think the overall consensus is that Breath of the Wild was a positive transition. Not because the other Zelda games were bad. It was just because of how good Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom was. How the hell do I get up there? Am I missing something? Okay, how about we continue and then come back later? Is this the famous encounter with a Chozo ghost? I think it is. It sure is. Aberration, not even morphology. Aberration, Chozo ghost, spectral entity, bioelectric field invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types, such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of Phazon in the Talon 4 environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites, where they wreak havoc upon anything that dare enter the area. Bucketing.
Doors unlocked. Recorded to logbook.
Hell no, Halo didn't. I love how Mario just steps in to throw his angry 2 cents about Halo Infinite and just steps back out. Just hold up. I need to put my thoughts into this because Halo is trash. All right, proceed. I'm gonna head out now. A radiation collector designed to absorb and store solar energy. And they're just decorative. When your civilization is so far ahead that they use radiation collectors as decorations. I was stuck in this part for an embarrassing amount of time because I didn't realize that I didn't have to get my morph ball in there. I just had to shoot it with the right beam. Oh, well, I guess I have to shoot it and then I put my morphall in there.
Recording to logbook.
Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail. Existing in a single dimension, they are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping onto this planet remains. Shut the fuck up, Facebook. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind of reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Where are we going, girl? Where are we going? Y da una botella de soda grande que me están esperando las pretas en Gerudo Valley. Save this children online. No. How does this help me? Oh, I see. Drainage shutoff is maintaining the power. Why am I reading like it matters? Wow. Hello, friend. Dale, Zelda, dale. Pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. How are there fish here? Where did they come from? It's an inside pool. Did they just put fish in here? It's like some games think that where there's a body of water, fish will just naturally grow out of nowhere.
There's cavefish,
But they have to come from somewhere.
but there's a crack. Wait, what?
It's a pool. It was a literal pool. Oh, maybe it's they start out as fish before they become frogs. It's a baby. I just drained your baby. How do you feel?
Oh, you're trying to say that.
Dale, Zelda, dale. Pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Nationwide is on your side. Blah, 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 blah. Ice beam. Still looks lame. Ooh. Not the shots themselves, though. Holy shit, the whole thing freezes over. Okay, I like what it looks like when you charge it. This is pretty cool looking. Okay. So the gun itself looks kind of lame. There's like got a white light to it. Doesn't look all that cool. But the shots are cool. And I like how the whole gun freezes over. I think in the original, it would just start freezing over at the barrel of the gun, and then it came back a little bit. But the whole thing didn't freeze over like that. Honestly, realistically speaking, it's probably more realistic that only the barrel, that the frost starts off at the barrel and then moves back. But this still looks cool, so you know what? Style over realism. Dale, Zelda, dale. Da na 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 na. Ah. You know what looks weird? A dog's freshly shaven butt.
Ruben, don't talk about her butt like that.
It's
business.
it's okay. She doesn't know. Talent overworld. Okay. I think it's time now. Let's see. Wow. 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 Incorrect. That's the only graphics suit. I forgot about that. Dale, Zelda, dale. Okay, I have to get that fucking song out of my head. The hell? Oh. Pásame la tribu del socket. Damn it. Oh, another one. Talent Overworld. Interesting. Is that really interesting? Not really. That's just what I say. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. You know, I've never actually heard that song. I think it was 8th grade science teacher. Was it Mr. Glass? I think his name was. At the end of class, or sometimes, like at the end of the class on slow days, I guess, he would bring his guitar and he would sing that song, and I just thought it was a cool song. Oh goddamn, 3 of them? Is that really necessary? Can I just go? Yes, I can. Don't feel like dealing with that. Hell no to the no, yow. Okay, that just goes back to the furnace, which is not really what I want to do. Because I need to figure out this... Nope, nope, nope. Go away. But unfortunately, the part I just sang is literally the only part of that song that I know. I just remember he sang this... The verse of it was just like really fastly sang. And then it would slow down into it's the end of the world as we know it. What must I do here? Oh. Are you what's impeding me? Did I forget to destroy your face? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. I did that before. Boop, 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 boop. Oh! Ah, you dumbass. I was so convinced that it had to do with that metal stuff underneath it that I didn't even think that there's a ramp underneath it, and all I had to do was build up a lot of speed and I heard it in the past but remember it well from Chicken Little. I don't remember Chicken Little at all. I know I watched it, but I don't remember anything about it. Beep, boom, boom, boom. Is it really necessary to make that a timed thing when it's right under me? Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 da. All right, which talent overworld shall we go to? South or east? Should we go east, south, or west? Kicking your can all over the place, singing we will rock you. Ah, ooh, ooh, ah. Well, baby. So cute. Evil Master Betty. Oh. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced my bombs. Alright, where's this taking me? Somewhere entirely new. Dee 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 dee. Nixie, a mí no se me habla así, coño. Está loca. Dice que tú eres. Bendesium. All right. Cannot go there anytime soon. So what else we got here? I knew it! I knew I wasn't crazy! You saw that, right? You saw it. I saw it. You saw it. And if you didn't see it, well, now you will. I knew that there were some invisible platforms you could step on even before you got the X-ray visor. They all told me I was crazy. It's okay, Ruben. The invisible platform can't hurt you here. Oh, okay. Okay, so the only way forward here, as far as I can see, is Bendesium. And since I don't have the bomb that can destroy Bendesium yet, I am assuming I chose the wrong elevator. Where am I now? Oh no. Oh no. I thought I had to get the gravity suit before. Okay. Yes! Spicy weeds. Okay. Hold on. So there are a few areas I can go into. And by a few areas, I mean this one area I can go into now that I have the ice beam. And Flip is normally right about these things. Now, I vaguely remember that there's parts of this ship you can navigate without the gravity suit, and then eventually you get the gravity suit, and then you can explore the rest of it. That's why I thought that you had to come over here without the gravity suit. But if I'm wrong, the last thing I want to do is have to then go back through this watery hellhole in slow motion, get the gravity suit, and then come back here and go through the same areas I already went through, because this area is really annoying. So, I'm gonna try to go back to Phendrana Drifts. What is the fastest way to Phendrana Drifts? Times of Chozo Ruins West. Magmore Caverns. It looks like no matter what, I'm gonna have to go through the Magmore Caverns, so might as well just go there from here. Ouch. So normally what I do is I put one on the controller thingy, and then I put the other two sets in the charger, and then I don't really. I just wait till the ones I'm using are dead, and then I just change them around. So I charge the ones I'm using now, and then get the ones in the charger until those are dead, and then I switch them back and forth. So I do charge my controls when they're dead. Data received. Unusually, gravity patterns, dragon allies. Gravity pulses within Phendrana area. I know. That's where I was going. Like a da fuck? Don't tell me how to live my life. Up, 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 up. Oh, I think this is this is the area with the funky music. Phendrana, it's like the same Phendrana theme, but it's got like it's like a techno remix. It's quite a bop if I do say so myself. And like Flippy said, Mario, I'm just playing with the low battery strats. Everybody knows you play better when you're at low batteries. It's the rush of knowing that at any second your batteries could die. Wow. Why am I so sleepy? Oh. Oh no! How did I not get Sriracha? Da 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 da. You know what? I'll just take the spice. Hello, Sriracha Worm. Just want to check something real quick. Okay, we can go back to our actual destination. I still hear a power up. Ha! Now how do I get to you? Okay. All right, I'll write on this. Huh. Should have gone through here. Is the stream still going? It said the chat was disconnected. YouTube. Oh, okay. Okay. So I see everybody responded. Okay, I'm just making sure because it said the chat was disconnected, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't because the stream failed or something. I'm still here. I'm here. Hi. I'm still playing Woken. Might get back into Path of Exile. You talking about that game and my friends talking about Diablo has made me want to go back to Path of Exile because I know they like came out with a whole other campaign to play after the main campaign, and I haven't done any of that. So, I'm guessing you're not working, right, Mario? Considering that you're actually relatively active. Well, not really active, but you answered pretty. Oh, already scanned that thing.
Defeat enemies unlocked one. Doors unlocked.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. They did come out with another campaign, but what they did was they did not keep the skill tree and the recipes that you've gathered on your craft table. So I left because I had gather them again. Are we talking about the thing? Are we talking about Craft of Exile? Path of Exile? Because I don't remember anything about recipes in Path of Exile. More plasma required. Oh, there's the funky music. They did not keep the skill tree and the recipes that you've gathered on your craft table? I don't remember anything about craft tables and recipes in Path of Exile. Is that a new thing? Do 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 do. You know the craft table where you put 6 slots on good armor is all white slots which are neutral. I remember the slots on the armor, but when I last played you could just do that in your inventory. You didn't need a craft table for that. Do 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 do. Well, they put that on the craft table in case you didn't want to gather all of that. It just makes it quicker basically. So if you wanted 6 white slots, you need about, I don't think we're talking about the same game. I'm talking about Path of Exile. That game does not have wrenches or craft tables. Unless in the time that I stopped playing it, it's been changed entirely. Wow, they changed a lot then. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and play it again. Are the changes good? My favorite class to play was the witch. I remember I always just wanted to try and make a kind of like a necromancer witch. So I just had a bunch of shit that just made me as many minions as humanly possible. It's the only class I was really able to get very far in, because I tried playing other, and maybe I just couldn't get into it because I'd already played the fuck out of the game, so I was not into it as much. But anytime I tried to play any other class, it just didn't feel quite as interesting to me as when I played the witch. Maybe I just like being a magical girl. Morphology, gel zap. Aquatic predator made of electrically bound skeleton halves. The gel zap brain is located in the upper half of its body while the heart and digestive tract occupy the lower half. Linked only by electrical impulses, the two halves somehow function effectively enough to launch the gel zap to the top of the Talon 4's aquatic food chain. I played the Assassin, and Assassin was fun except the fact that when you are playing Assassin, you need a mix of armor and evasion. Yeah, Assassin is like a... He'd be like one of the mixed classes. Like the pure classes are the Witch, the Marauder, I think that's what he is, the big hulking dude, and the Ranger. Those would be like the pure classes. And then, which would be like blue, red, and green. And then the Assassin is a combination of red and green. I think it's Crusader or Monk. I don't know. So it's the old dude. He was like a combination of red and blue. And then there was... What was the combination of blue and green? I don't remember. Huh. Well, not going down there without the gravity suit. It's so weird that they call it the gravity suit when it just makes you move normally in water. It just feels like with the name like gravity suit, it would do something else. I even beat the main campaign, completed a few ascendancies. Dude, I was never able to do all the ascendancies for the witch. The freaking labyrinth that you have to go through just got way too brutal for me. And honestly, the thing that pissed me off is that half the time I would never even lose to enemies. I would just lose to the traps because the traps deal percentage damage. So it doesn't matter how high your health is, you would always die just as quick. They fucked me up with that one. I was fun until the transition to a new campaign. They fucked me up with that one. I refused to gather the rest of it. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was probably because the new campaign was supposed to be kind of like Path of Exile 2. So it was supposed to be like a new game. You need to build up your physical resistance, I believe, or just warp. You needed a warp technique. I suppose that would probably be have been the better way to go about it. It's hard to be very precise with like time traps with the click movement instead of directly controlling your character. Nope. I just put my character said the fire warp or fire quick step or something like that, and I was able to get past the traps. But the higher you get, those traps don't really mean anything. Yeah, I think my cousin played Assassin. The thing is, I think when I lost the love for the game is when I tried going through it again with my cousin, because my cousin has a tendency to just want to like speed through everything, like look up like min max builds to try to get like the best out of everything, and try to speed through all the early game stuff so you can just get to the end game stuff. And I like to just kind of like take the game in and enjoy it for what it is, and not really take my time with the game, but not rush through everything, you know. And when I played with him, since he was just like looking up the most efficient builds, I was just kind of like walking behind him, and he was killing everything. So it just felt like all I was doing was playing a clicking simulator because my contribution did not matter. Only problem was the big beast, and I think the big beast in the ascendancy, I believe it was the third test. I hear Metroid. Oh, you wanted the funky Metroids. Hunter Metroid, Adolescent Metroid. Energy siphon tentacles increase its threat level. As Metroids develop, they become more efficient predators. Energy draining tentacles allow them to attack at a distance. Quick to anger, a Hunter Metroid will charge troublesome prey and attempt to ram them into submission. Cold-based attacks are still quite effective against these creatures. Yeah, that game is a hardcore of hardcore, and the thing is that you have to study is like being in high school. I don't have time for that. Exactly. And I don't know. I mean, I got pretty far in it without doing all that kind of like overly researchy crap. I just learned the game on my own, and I did what I could. I kind of just went straight for all the witch stuff on the skill tree, instead of like spreading out, which from what I've seen, that's not really the most efficient way to do things. But I didn't really care because I was having fun with what I was doing. I don't have time to turn a game into a freaking college class. Glider, docile airborne creatures with unusual magnetic properties. Gliders live a relatively peaceful existence. They have a magnetic signature attuned to common grapple beams. Technology. The sport of glider riding involves using a grapple beam to attach to a glider and then staying on it as long as possible. 75% of everything already. Jeez. Hello, Flippy. I did too, but it only gets harder, trust me. And if you want better things, you have to make your build pretty good. I've seen people mow things like it was nothing. I mean, I was killing things pretty quickly. My main problem was that I was squishy as fuck. Like the little shielding that the witches get wasn't really doing much for me. So realistically speaking, I probably should have spent some experience or some points into like the marauder side of the skill tree to get some armor or some health. But I mean, I was just going straight witch. Everything I was going was like cloth armor. I was doing everything on the blue side. I was only upgrading like my intelligence. So I was a glass cannon. Not about not an MMO. It's I don't know what the kind of games are called, but it's called Path of Exile. It's action RPG, I think it's called. Which, you know, is a free multiplayer game on Steam with no microtransactions needed. Just saying, you know. Just saying. If anybody would be interested. I already said it's called Path of Exile. Yeah, I had to learn the hard way too, and I found some pretty good unique armor. Then I started modifying the armor pieces with the craft table, and I saw a progress. But once they something that transition from to the new campaign erase all my hard work of gathering those recipes. It's 60. No, bro, I just said it's a free to play, or it's a free multiplayer game on Steam. And no microtransactions required. Are you fucking with me, Flip? Oh, fuck you. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's the first of its type that I've played. I tried playing Diablo, and I think I only played it once, honestly, so I can't really give a good idea, a good like critique of it. I just didn't really like the art style. That like fantasy, really stylized, cartoony art style. I preferred the more dark look of Path of Exile. But I might have to try Diablo again just because they have the Necromancer class, and in anything that I can play a Necromancer, I always like playing a Necromancer. If it's like a pure Necromancer, how they're meant to be, where they play with death and stuff, and they get zombies and skeletons and shit like that. Because I've seen many games where they have Necromancers, and it's like somehow Necromancer has become just use poison and cold magic. That's not what I think of when I think of a Necromancer. Titan Quest is the friendly version of Path of Exile and Diablo. Titan Quest. So I assume you like these kind of games a lot, because you've already mentioned like 3 or 4 that you've played. I like Paths of Exile, but I don't think I like the type of game enough to where I would play multiple games of its kind, because they just feel like the kind of genre of game where like you kind of play one and you play them all. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of variety between the games. I could be wrong. I haven't tried a bunch of them, to be honest. Yes? Oh, yes, you do like them? The only class I like in any of these games is the class I can do with that. What? What kind of sentence? What? The only class I like in any of these games is the class I can do with? I imagine that was more speech to text shenanigans. Dual wield, got it. Holy shit, that was as clear as I've seen Samus's face. Yeah, I have pain periodically in my ankle. That's rough, bro. What happened to it? You mentioned that you had to deal with that as soon as you went on break or on your vacation or whatever. For me, I'm pretty much playing the tank. I think I had to, didn't I had you try Path of Exile once and you weren't really feeling it, John? I was helping my girlfriend with a chore, and you can guess what happened after that. I got injured. Well, I mean, obviously you got injured, but like, what happened? Did you fall? Did something fall on you? Like, what happened? If you don't mind me asking. Don't want to be too nosy. Oh, grappling beam. Okay. Hold on, I still gotta be a way to get through this. Oh, nope. I just go down, okay. And not that down. Oh, wait, or maybe yes, that down. Yes, that down, okay. I really need to change my mentality for this game and realize that I don't have to kill everything in front of me. Yeah, 60-pound shopping cart fell off clothes. That's rough. They're back. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, that's what I keep saying, bro. Like, the music in this area is like the Phendrana Drifts music, but it's kind of like a techno remix. I really like it. It's quite a bop, you know. It's a good remix. It's really catchy. it almost doesn't even really fit this area because the like boppiness of it, the I don't know, the style of music it is just like if you close your eyes and listen to this, I would imagine it being like some kind of technological area, like the last area of Metroid Prime 2. What the hell am I doing? Okay, why did I knock those down? How did that help me in any way? Is it to reach that area? Yes, it is. Morphology, Aqua Reaper, powerful, aquatic, tentacles, part of submerged organism. I love that I can use an electrifying beam in this area and everything doesn't die. Similar in nature to the surface-based Reaper vine, the Aqua Reaper has adapted to liquid environments. It shares the poor vision of its rock-dwelling cousin, relying on a crude sonar sense to seek prey. Unhindered by water, the Aqua Reaper has considerable speed and strength. Gravity room, let's go. Flippy's, oh not Flippy. We're gonna be like Ziggy. Elite gamers, let's go. You are correct. Not sure why it's called gravity chamber. It's just a flooded cavern. I mean, I get it, this is where the gravity suit is, but like realistically speaking, other than that, why would it be called that? Please come to me, my child. Come to me, let me move normally again. What the hell? It feels like something's dragging me down. Ugh. Da na 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 na. No longer hindered. Wonderful. I'll be right back. I haven't bothered my wife in more than an hour, so I must go bother her for a few seconds. All right, wife has been successfully harassed. All right, and now for the part of this game I've been trying to avoid. I need to speak with some. Wi-Fi has been successfully harassed. I need to speak to some speedrunners, see if they have any glitches to skip as much of the frigate as possible. Can you work correctly, please? When I switch you, if the other control works better, I'm throwing you away. I just want you to know that. Because right now, I don't know if it's like, if the problem is the thing where I'm putting the controller or the game or just the stick. But if it's you, you're getting thrown away. So you better behave. Oh, oh, oh. I hear it. I can feel it. I think I see it. I do see it. Oh, wait. So what is that? Ah. Later. You will be mine one day. But not today. You know what Metroid Prime needs? Metroid Prime needs a map marker system. So that you can put map markers anywhere where you see an upgrade that you can't currently get. $25 missiles. I'm not sure if that was worth it. I mean, it was worth how quickly I killed him, so I didn't lose any health, I guess. Right? I think that's been so far is my favorite with how it looks. Oh, finally dead. Dead controller strats. Be back. I don't have any themed controllers. Is there actually a pirate controller? Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever indulged in buying themed controllers for any console I've ever owned. Because, you know, normally I already have a controller by the time this come out, and there's zero chance that I'm spending $60 to what is now, what, $70 on a controller that does the same thing as the controllers I already have, but they look different. That is insane. And if someone is listening that does do that, I am judging you. In case that wasn't clear. Yeah, I mean, base controllers now, they cost like, at least for the PS5, they cost like $70. It's fucking insane. I needed more controllers. I mean, if you need the controllers, that's fine. But if you're just buying it, like, for no reason other than it looks cooler, then that just feels kind of dumb to me. Chloe just put stickers on them. That's kind of cute. Why buy themed controllers when you can customize the theme? Magmore Caverns. No. We want to go to... isn't that what you tell an overworld from here? No? Guess not. I will be depending on the theme controls. I mean, I'm not saying that the theme controls aren't cool, right? They're cool. Aesthetics can be cool. I've just never been in a position where aesthetics to me have ever been worth $60. Like, really think about that. You're saying I have $60 and I can either buy myself a new game or buy myself a tool to play games that I already own, but make it look cooler. Like you can use two controls at the same time. What is going on? Okay, I've tried everything. I switched the controllers. I took them off of the little controller holder. And my right one is still constantly like just not picking up on my input. And it's only the right one. I don't get it. Even when it's a different right one. I mean, it's not constant because clearly I've been able to play just fine. But every now and then it just decides to stop picking up on my input and it's really obnoxious. Dun, dun, dun. I am going backwards. Good job, Ruben. Rude! It's okay, Nixie. I'll love you. I just saw you, enemy. Simmons walked past. You know what'd be cool? A Metroid game where you get to see Chozos and they have power armors that like aesthetically, I feel like I'm missing a letter there. Aesthetically are kind of like based off of Samus's suit, because technically Samus's power suit is a Chozo suit, right? So if Chozos had power suits of their own, like maybe Warrior Chozo, they should really kind of look similar. Unless they just made her suit specifically for her, and they've never created another suit like it. At which point I would have to question their intelligence. Then again, maybe Chozo are just already just OP and super powered, and they just made the suits for Samus to make her on par with a Chozo. Wow. 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 That'd be neat, yep. I agree, that would be neat. Like, it would almost just be like seeing different versions of Samus' suit. Like Samus suit, but on bird people. Oh, hello. You know, I actually think the little shooting missiles fast hack depends on the beam you have on. Because I think the ice beam, since it takes longer to reload, it also takes longer to go from the missile to the ice beam. Whereas, so let's see. Yeah, but with the normal beam, yeah. So that trick is really only viable with the normal power beam. With the normal pellets. No. The ice effect is really cool in this remaster, I will say. Good job, Ruben. Yep, 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 yep. Wow. Koroks. All right. Yeah. It's time. No more avoiding it. My wife loved the little Korok dance whenever they upgraded your bag. Ooh, check out, look at that. I forgot how it went. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Oh. All right. Here we go. Best music in the game, at least. I disagree. Highly. I would put the best music at. Actually, I think the best music is the credits. But as far as in game, either the Magmore Caverns or the funky Phendrana Drifts music. You really like your ambience music, don't you? I would say I like catchy, hummable music. This music right here, it's it's just like sounds. Like if it's not a song I can like hum, I'm probably gonna forget it by the time I leave the area. Like oh, not diss track. Okay, I was about to say. I was about to say. Because this is barely music. This is just like ghosts going around you going. Spirit box. The upcoming track? I cannot remember the track you're talking about, so let's see. Thank you, Flippy. Morphology: Talon crab. Crustaceans natives of Talon 4. Hard-shelled swarm lifeform once harvested for food. For exposure to phazon has been this practice. Exposure to phazon has seen this practice diminish. Creatures are timid and harmless alone, but can be a problem when traveling in swarms. Yes, once they became tainted meat, people started going, maybe we shouldn't eat these anymore. Oh, this one. I'll give you that. It's nowhere near the top, one of the best for me, but it is a nice, kind of calming, soothing song. Dun, 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 dun. Garbage. Make sure to scan everything down here as well. The aqua pirates are new creatures in the Jones as well. Will do. It's one of the things I hate when they just do reskins of enemies. Like, there's really no real way to even tell that they're different ones unless you're really looking at them. And a lot of these enemies are enemies that either die too quickly, like the Shriek Bats, or you don't really want to get that close to, like the pirates. Like, I couldn't even tell that those pirates were different from the normal jet pirates. Logic, I guess, should tell me that they're different because they're no longer flying, they're now floating. And, you know, a jetpack is different from I guess, something that can cover you in water. But you know, it's also a video game. Dun dun. Is this a water save point? I don't know, man. I just have a very deeply embedded hate for water levels. I guess without the wonky oh my god. The wonky physics, it's really not that bad. And considering you're not really supposed to come in here until you have the gravity suit, then I guess I shouldn't complain too much. But I don't know, there's just something about water levels. Whether it's the aesthetic or I don't know, man. It might just be nothing. I might just it might just be that I'm biased against water levels because in most games they're just fucking horrible. So my brain just automatically goes to that hateful place when I play this one, but oh my god, come on. Like the water level in Mega Man Legends 2 is just it's horrible. It's so bad. Cuz it's a very vertical level. But when you fall because you're underwater, you fall very slowly. So if you fall from a really high place, you could literally just be sitting there for like 10 seconds straight just looking at Mega Man fall before you can do anything, because you can't do anything till he hits the ground. You gotta wait for the full animation to play out. And then the same thing happens if you get hit by an enemy, because when you get hit by an enemy, you get knocked back. And the knockback animation is equally slow, so you're just kind of sitting there waiting for everything to play out. And it's not just a falling animation; every animation becomes slower. So him getting up is also slower. And because he falls slower, making like aiming when you're doing platforming becomes more difficult, because you have to take into account how slowly he's gonna fall. And if you miss it, I mean, you can always turn around mid-air, but again, the turning will also be a lot slower, and you're gonna make wider angles. Oh my god, it's just such a bad level. I hate it so much. I completely forgot to turn these things on the way up. There we go. No, it's honestly a really good game, Mega Man Legends 2. It's not the same one I was playing. If you couldn't tell by the fact that there is vertical movement. It's a Mega Man game for the PlayStation. And it's actually one of my favorite PlayStation games. Except for that one level. Everything else about it I love. It's not the most it doesn't have the most convoluted game in the world, plot in the world, or like deep or anything. But as far as Mega Man games goes, I think it has a really good story, and the writing is just really charming. Like it's just got really cute humor to it. But Mega Man Legends 2, I love that game. I'm mad they had to cancel 3. It made me mad. Capcom needs slap. I agree. I highly agree. I was that kid that was like, you know, since I didn't understand how game development worked, I just assumed, you know, one day we'll totally get a Mega Man Legends 3. It's just tagging in my wallet for some reason. So I remember, I mean, I would look, ever since I discovered web searching and the internet, like every couple of months I would just keep searching for Mega Man Legends 3, seeing if they're ever gonna make it, seeing why they haven't made it yet, and then finally, when the 3DS came out, so that was like what, 2010s? I already graduated high school. They finally announced that they're gonna come out with Mega Man Legends 3. They have all this concept art for it, all these events for it, and then they're just like, never mind. Mega Man fans have really gotten screwed by Nintendo. And they actually had completed segments of the game too. You could find it on YouTube. Yep. I was very curious as to what they were gonna do, because Mega Man got stuck in Elysium in the end of 2. Which, from what I could see, that's probably why you weren't using Mega Man in the third game. You were using some new character, some new fan-made character. I think the whole over-involvement with the fans was honestly a mistake. They have a little too much faith in fans. Something else I feel like I have a little too much faith in fans. Just because you're a fan of a game doesn't mean you make a good game developer. Because I think the main character was a fan creation, right? Like they had a contest to see who could make the best drawing, and they picked one for the one that the fans chose, or one of the fans made. Jesus Christ, my mouth is getting all mushy from all the talking. I should get a bottle of water. Idea, they were going to take a rocket to Elysium and get him back. Yes, you have to target everybody, or at least the majority of people. See, I think that's another cordite. That's another problem in modern game development. Like, just stop trying to appeal to everybody. You have your fans. Try to appeal to those fans, and then maybe widen out a little bit more to get some other people to play it. But when you try to appeal to everybody, you end up appealing to nobody. Aquadrone security mecha adapted for use in underwater areas. The space pirates have adapted the number of sentry drones for use in liquid environments. These aqua drones utilize an arsenal and artificial intelligence suite similar to their cousins. The pirates have been unable to properly shield these drones from electrical attacks, making them vulnerable to wave beam. Yeah, I was in reference to what you were talking about making money. Yeah, it was a reference to what you were talking about making money. And now that they've tried it and have canceled it, I highly doubt they're going to try it a third time. And I mean, especially considering the fact that they just have not made any Mega Man games in a long time, except for like the repackaging of older games or something. The only one that they made was they add another iteration to the classic Mega Man for some reason. I don't know why out of all the Mega Mans they would have added another one to the classic Mega Man. Even though technically the story for the classic Mega Man is over, I understand Mega Man was never about the story, but if you are gonna have a story, then I don't know. It was a weird decision, and why I didn't care for. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I just didn't care for it because I personally have never been a fan of the classic Mega Man. But it just makes me mad that they have so many different types of Mega Mans, and they just stop production of every one of them. No Mega Man Legends, no Mega Man Battle Network, no Mega Man Zero, Mega Man X, Mega Man ZX, Mega Man Star Force. And you know, I don't think Mega Man is purely a Nintendo IP, is it? So I don't know why the people that make Mega Man can't just take Mega Man to another publisher, another console, because the people that make Mega Man are Capcom, and Capcom don't belong to Nintendo. So Nintendo does own the rights to Mega Man? The partnership. That's a shame. Mega Man and Mega Man X was on PlayStation. Yeah. And Mega Man Legends was on PlayStation. Really, the only Mega Man games that were originally and exclusively on Nintendo consoles were the handheld ones. I don't think I play the Mega Man, the X series either. Oh, I need to turn things on, don't I? Yep, of course. Might be some kind of contract or IP dispute. I guess. It can't possibly be that they really think a Mega Man game of any kind would make them money. Because I don't know. Maybe I'm biased because I've been a Mega Man fan since I was a kid, but I just don't think that's true. Especially with so many older games getting whether remakes or reimaginings to like make them more, make their mechanics more modernized. I just don't see how you couldn't do something with Mega Man. I don't know. Especially with how many types of Mega Mans they have, I feel like it's a very versatile IP. Like Mega Man Zero is like the more edgy cousin of the Mega Man games. And then you have the classic Mega Man, which is more like cutesy chibi. Mega Man Battle Network, which is the more kind of like strategic one. No, they just don't own the rights to Mega Man. Capcom just hasn't really been making many things. Oh, except for Resident Evil games. Well, Resident Evil remakes. Mega Man Dynasty Warrior type. That would be interesting, I suppose. Morphology Aquasac will burst when subject to impact or trauma. Believed to be in the same family as the sapsac, this plant has similar features. It will burst when exposed to force. This protective response keeps most creatures from feeding on it. They did it with Legends of Zelda and Gundam. Yeah, I never played the Dynasty Warrior games for Legend of Zelda. I don't really entirely know how those games works. I just know that it's kind of like a big hack and slash with a shit ton of enemies at the same time coming at you, right? Some kind of thing like that. I don't really know what. Maybe with Mega Man X or Mega Man Zero, that kind of game would work out. Definitely not with Battle Network, and I definitely wouldn't want to see it done with Legends. Minions and Generals. But it's okay. I'll get my fill of nostalgia when Metal Gear Solid 3 comes out, or Metal Gear Solid Delta. God, I can't wait for that. That will keep me happy for so long, and it might even invigorate me to do a remake of my Metal Gear Solid lore series, just to remake the one from Metal Gear 3 with the better graphics. Oh fuck! I could have gotten it. The Zelda and Gundam were great, and it's not just hack and slash. They use any weapons from the game series. Well, by hack and slash, I mean like it's just oriented on pressing a lot of buttons. And I'm not trying to say this as a derogatory description, but it's just concentrated on pressing buttons in quick succession, doing combos, things like that. I could be wrong. That's just the impression I got from seeing the game. Hey Flip, did you ever see the videos I posted on the what was it, Cursed channel? What the hell? What is hitting me? You! I've already scanned you, so I can kill you. Oh, god dang it. Depending on which story you went with, one, you are fighting groups of Gundams, while one, it's a 1v1 one. Oh, I'm on the underside of this thing now. Something about this platform, I don't know. I guess nothing special about it, but it just caught my eye. I really like the design of it. Where the hell? How did I get up there? There we go. Well, there's one quick way through this. I figure the theme that was playing in this area sounds like a water theme, and guess what, it has water in it. You know, stages that have like snow flow theme, it's either ice or water. I think I understood what you were trying to say there. And yeah, I've made this point before where... Ooh.
Radiation detected.
No way. Am I?
Radiation detected.
I'm not going to the face on man's mines, am I? Phase on. Holy shit! I'm already at this point of the game. Wow. Okay. I could have turned those boss fight into water area. Maybe I was thinking of Torvus Bog from Metroid 2. But yeah, like most games that have like elemental themes, you can kind of tell what they are based on the music. Like water levels normally have a more flowy or kind of calm, almost echoey feel. And ice levels tend to have kind of like very I don't know how to describe it other than like a dingy feel to it. Like it feels like you're playing maybe on xylophones or like you're actually playing on ice crystals. Or it'll have kind of like chimes to it. I cannot believe I'm here already. Phase on Mines. Wow. I guess the water area wasn't as bad as I thought. It was almost just like an in-between area. There was really nothing there of note. However, I do not think I was able to scan the water pirates, so hopefully they respawn when I go back.
Recorded to logbook.
Mega turret. Perimeter defense turret reinforced with energy shielding. Frustrated with inferior armor plating on standard defense turrets, the Space Pirates added energy shielding to modified heavy cannon. The new shielding and increased beam strength makes the mega turret an efficient point defense weapon. Hasha. All right, my people, I am very happy that you guys came to watch. John, Wes, Flippy, Mario, thank you for joining if y'all are still here. But I think I'm going to end this one here today. I think maybe I have like 1 or 2 more streams before I finish this, depending on how long they are. But if they're about the same size, I can probably finish this in a stream or 2. Hope you come around for the next streams, all of you. Wes, good talking to you again. Peace.